it up.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. With you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
Doesn't seem like we need to fire this crowd up at all. They're pretty hot.
Are they?
Welcome.
Welcome. NEOS Conference 2025. Isn't it awesome? Well, we are your hosts today, and this is lovely, Maya.
And you might have seen this face before. This is Stefan.
And we also have Anke and Toby again this year. You'll see them on the studio stage, and tomorrow on the stage.
But now to the real stars of this performance. Let's give a little bit of a round of applause to our incredible band. Robert on the drums, Bernhard on the violin, Jan on the electric guitar, Klausi Klaus on the turntables, and Lorenz on the piano. Come on. If you're as excited as we are about this music, you can stream it on your preferred platform whenever you like if you're missing NeosCon too much.
Well, and we, of course, want to talk about what's new on the conference this year, or what's not new. Well, not everything's new, because things have been great, and we'll continue to have them. Like, we have 2 days of conference on 2 stages. And we have 30 talks. We had an amazing NEOS 9 pre-con workshop that was completely sold out, oversold out 20+1. And then, of course, we have the contribution day on Saturday, and also we have the post-con sprint next week.
Now, I'll say this now, we'll say it again later, we'll say it 100,000 times. Please download the app. If you have an Android device, please uninstall your app and reinstall the app because it's new. You can get the app here. You'll need it to see the updated schedules. You will be able to ask the speakers questions that will be asked through the hosts. And most importantly, vote, 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 vote. Because we will, again, have a Best Speaker Award at the end of tomorrow. And if you guys don't vote, then we can't award anyone, and that would suck. So vote, vote, vote. The other new thing is that we'll have a little post-con survey. After the conference, we'll be asking you about your experience here to make sure that it gets better, better, better every year. So yes, make sure you have this app. Don't worry, we'll remind you a couple more times.
And of course, we are going to have lightning talks. So if you have a talk that you want to share, or your insights and experience with the community, you can do so tomorrow, 11 a.m. at the studio stage. The talk should be between 5 to 7 minutes, and you can submit your talk to Anke until the end of this day.
All right, you might have already seen it while checking in. You are probably well familiar with our beloved NEOS N, a physically impossible shape. But what is the NEOS community if not a group of people that makes the impossible possible? So we have made the impossible N a physical object, and you can have one if you want one. On the next slide, there will be a QR code for you to scan. So many QR codes. They're super hot. You can scan this code and purchase the N, or your...
This is the kit you're going to get.
Your DIY kit for the N. Once you've purchased it through the shop, you can pick it up at the reception up front.
And I heard Sebastian might have some Norman-Ice upgrades for the N, so you might get some goggly eyes for them. This hotel, we are supposed to say this in case you need it, has a sauna. You may use it if it's still not hot enough for you. It has a fitness area and a Kegelbahn.
Kegelbahn?
Kegelbahn. It's like German bowling, less pins, smaller ball, same fun.
Same beer.
Different beer, but same amount of beer.
Nice.
You're free to use it whenever you want, socialize and everything.
All right, what else is new? You might have noticed it. Outside these doors, there's 2 large pin walls asking you for the next big thing in NEOS. Now that NEOS 9 has been born onto this earth, we need the next, North Star, lighthouse, moonshot, big thing. And we are gathering community desires. What do you need? I think I saw world peace.
Yeah, world peace
on
also
the board.
on there. There's
Let's start a
Undo on
little
there.
smaller. Then again, having a community that pulled off NEOS 9 may be world peace is within range. But the question goes out to you. Please make sure whenever you have an inspiring conversation or you have a pain from your everyday work, make sure to jot those ideas down, stick them on those walls, and we will be collecting them, and everything will be taken into consideration within reason, world peace.
Yeah. We have the beautiful NeosCon T-shirts. They are designed and sponsored by Format D. They, in fact, have a hidden surprise. You might notice it when you look at them at different lightings, so be surprised.
All right, a few organizational things. If this is not your first time at NeosCon, you may know that there is an annual drone group photo. You might remember me running around screaming at everybody to get into formation. We will be doing that again. However, now that we have finished in the last 4 conferences, the N, the E, the O, and the S, we had 2 routes that we could go. We could start over at A, B, C, D, F, but we figured with this year being a big year for NEOS, we would form the number 9 to start with. We will be meeting at 1:30, so that's in the lunch break, at a location that is yet to be defined, to be photographed from the skies so we can build our NEOS 9. Don't worry, you don't have to jot this down. We will be very, very annoying about everybody showing up for that. And also, you've noticed the stage, the lights, the sound, the live stream. Hi, live stream, by the way. You may have noticed that there's like a whole enterprise technically here. If you are curious about that, we will host a behind the scenes at 6:30 in here, and then you can see all the buttons that they push to make this possible. There's tons of cables, don't trip.
Did we mention? There's a NeosCon app.
We said we'd be annoying about it.
Oh, yeah. You should re-download it in case you use an Android device. Otherwise, you're going to see last year's dates, maybe. You can ask questions there that are going to be referred to the speakers on the stage during the talk. Rate the talks. And again, rate the talks. And there's going to be a post-con survey.
And then we will be closing this first day with our annual award ceremony. This year we've added a special category, which is the Community Award, specifically an award where the community nominated a member of the community to be honored. We've done this before in 2023, and we really liked the idea, so we decided to circle back around to it. The award ceremony will be the last schedule point today before all of the other fun stuff that is happening. Be there, be square. Yes. And now, most importantly, we have a ton of thanks to give.
To our sponsors. There are companies and people that sponsored this event. They are our gold sponsors. Please give them a whole round of applause. Because without them, there wouldn't be any conference. And they are also our silver sponsors and our social event sponsors. And of course, we have tech partners, and we have the organizers, which are Sandstorm and Punkt.de. And there's not only sponsoring this conference, there's tasks around it. There's the development of Neos and Flow. There's all the surrounding legal, administrative, infrastructure, and everything that needs to be financed and sponsored. And those are our platinum longtime supporters: Visivix, Zeitgeist, 3M5, QueerNext, Visol, and Sandstorm.
And now I get to bore you with one last thing before we actually fire this conference up. Please share your experiences here. Share fun pictures, interesting conversations, shoot video, post text, wherever the young people post things these days. Snapchat, maybe? Yelp? Yelp? So wherever you post it, be it Yelp or Mastodon or X or TikTok, is that a thing? Wherever you post them, make sure to use hashtag NeosCon so we can, get our little grubby hands on all of the fun content. But now, we have the great honor of introducing the man, the legend, the one, the only, keynote speaker.
Do you think they are ready already?
Oh, are they ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready for a keynote? All right.
Does this count? Well, now, are you ready for the keynote? We've got a great speaker up here. Oh, yes. So let's welcome him.
Robert, come on stage.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Good morning, everyone. Not trying to sound like Tim Cook, but good morning, everyone, and welcome from me as well. I can't see most of you, but as always, but I talked to lots of you yesterday in the evening already. So it's a pleasure to see you here, or not see you here, but feel that you're here. And as always, I'd like to give a special welcome to everyone who's for the first time at the NEOS conference. Who's here for the very first time? There are still quite some. So, yeah. So I want to tell you, you're not just a listener at a conference, but you're already becoming an active part of our community by being here, because you talk to each other and you spread the word, and you're actually using NEOS, and by that you're already contributing. So welcome again. I'm confident that you'll make some new friends by the end of the conference. Oh, by the way, hi. We're all friends. So I'd like to start this conference by looking a bit at where we stand and where we're going to, and by that give you some, as always, give you some food for thoughts to keep in mind during the next 2 days. And what I discovered yesterday while I was talking to some of you, I think most agree that we're again living in times of big changes, and somehow also times which are a bit scary, and also times with lots of opportunities. So technologies developing at a breathtaking speed, really. And at times it's really hard to guess where things are going and which skills are needed to stay in business. And so I'd like to say, let's address the elephant in the room. Yeah, you know what I'm going to talk about, I guess. Yes. PHP turned 30. You realize that? So, are we that old already? I vividly remember when I switched from Perl to PHP FI and then PHP 3 mostly. So who has been using PHP 3? Anyone? Oh yeah, we're really old. And PHP has gone a long way since then, and I think when I look at it, I'm so happy that there were times, where it wasn't clear how PHP would develop, but it took a really nice path in the end now. And so even after 30 years, I think it's a very good thing that NEOS is based on PHP. So 20 years ago, also, we had a Type 3 conference for the very first time here in Karlsruhe, the TyCon 3. That at the left is Carsten. Sorry, Carsten. And in the middle, we have Jürgen, of course, also organizing this conference with the others. And 2005 was also the year when I wrote the very first lines of what would become Neos. So that's 20 years ago. Okay, but okay, I think you guessed it. The actual elephant in the room is also not me, but is AI. And so throughout the last year, I think the topic AI was really omnipresent, more than any years before. And therefore, I want to share a few thoughts of mine with you. And it's not going to be the kind of repetition of the rant I had 2 years ago in Berlin, but more something like, I mean, I'm using AI all the time. I'm trying out lots of things, and probably you do as well. And I see benefits everywhere. But I think we also need to talk about a few other aspects. And I would like to explain a few things about AI. So let's start with the metaverse. Why is that? It doesn't really have to do with AI. But 9 years ago, Facebook bought Oculus for $2 billion. Because they thought that VR will be the next big thing. And so 4 years ago, Facebook even was renamed to Meta, and Mark Zuckerberg's biggest bet is, of course, the metaverse. So as you all know, very soon every one of us will spend most of our daily lives with VR glasses, and it will revolutionize dating, so we don't even have to meet in person anymore. We can just, with a click of few buttons and logins and multi-factor logins, we'll meet our dates or avatars at beautiful beaches. And shopping also will be a whole new experience. So buying tomato sauce has never been as much fun as with the metaverse. I don't know if you know this demo here. That's an actual demo from Walmart, how they imagined shopping groceries in the metaverse, and I want to share it with you.
You see the tomato sauce on your left? Go ahead and grab that and then place it in your cart.
They mean it. You know, you have to, they mean it.
Great. Looks like you need a good wine pairing. Take a look to your right.
Out of coincidence, there's one bottle standing there.
Your age has already been pre-verified through your profile, so no need to wait for an ID check. Just place the item in your cart whenever you're ready.
And now some unnecessary change of departments. Yeah.
I'm getting a notification from your connected smart fridge. It looks like you already have a full gallon of milk at home. Should we put this one back?
Yeah, find the milk. And of course you have to put it back because AI hasn't developed so far yet. So that's how I also imagine shopping for groceries. Yeah. Because it really combines the worst of both things, like spending a lot of time shopping and doing that in an awkward way. But of course, we are not going shopping like this. We will, of course, fly with air taxis, because in a few years, cities will be teeming with air taxis. And according to Volocopter, a flight will only cost twice as much per kilometer as an e-scooter. So, I mean, if I ask my kids who would walk to school if they can fly for just a few bucks. So this will be reality, of course. However, it's not like Zuck imagined it. So he imagined 4 years ago, and that's not long ago, that by 2030, I think, there will be 1 billion people actively using the metaverse. And currently, numbers are difficult to get, but what I looked up were something like 200,000 active users per week. And most of, I think like 97% of the worlds only have 50 people in there, probably mostly bots keeping the world alive or something. But what I want to show you with that is, I guess we can agree that that the metaverse is like big data, blockchain, and self-driving Teslas. It's a hype. And I wanted to talk about what a hype really is. So to later on find a way to determine, is AI a hype? Yeah. So a hype is, first of all, it's a story. It's a narrative. It's something which promises to completely change the world. And it's mostly a story being told by companies to support their product or their service, right? Remember that, because who has an interest in that hype? It's mostly an industry or a company who try to sell something. But very often, this hype is only loosely anchored in reality. So it's most often it's a story like, oh, but it would be so nice if this could become reality. There are things, of course, which are not ending like a hype, like a 360-degree camera or paying with your phone. Probably was a hype for a short time, but it turned out to be very useful. So, and it didn't change the world. It was just something useful. That's not a hype. So sometimes parts of these hypes become reality, and a big part of these companies pushing hypes is this aspect of fear of missing out. So if they say like, you don't have a Pebble watch, so you really have to have one. Everyone has a Pebble watch. Who had one? I think, yeah, one. Who knows what it is? It was before we all had smart watches, and I think Bastian also had one. And apparently this worked out pretty well for many of these hypes. So this is the hype cycle, the famous hype cycle from Gartner, and just to explain how it works more or less, that's from 10 years ago. So it always starts at the left with some innovation trigger. Then you have this peak of inflated expectations. So 10 years ago, there was iBeacons and Bluetooth beacons on the very top. Yeah. And then after this peak, these hypes go through the trough of disillusionment. And it's not always said that these hypes survive this part, right? There's a bit of a chasm there. So, and then you see later on that there might be that slope of enlightenment, and then the hypes might reach the plateau of productivity. So that means it turned out to be actually useful, or some part of it turned out to be actually useful. So that's the hype cycle. And of course, AI companies say that AI will completely change the world. And I have to say, with everyone I spoke during the last couple of weeks when I prepared the keynote, also agreed on that. But it's very difficult to say where that comes from. Is that kind of your ideas you made up on your own, or because everyone thinks that it's like that? It's so difficult to grasp. And of course, I mean, folks like Sam Altman ramble about singularity is near and AGI is near. By that, like also when he said that they should regulate AI because it's so dangerous, by that he's also, of course, fueling the hype because they need much more money. And within 1 year, there were $360 billion invested in AI within 1 year, and that's the largest corporate investment cycle which ever happened in technology history. So, but if you compare that to the metaverse, for example, ChatGPT actually achieved 800 million weekly active users by June this year, for example. So that's quite some users. It's not said, of course, if they can make enough money with that in the long run. So that's why that hype is currently positioned in that trough of, what is it called? Disillusionment. So there are still quite some gaps between the promises and the reality, as you probably know. So I think we need to distinguish between different aspects of AI. You just can't say AI is an hype and it won't turn out to be useful, but there are so many different aspects in that. For example, it's not clear yet when or if at any time AGI will turn out to become true. And some also say like it will be 2 years from now or 10 years from now. And others say it's not even clear what it would mean or if we would notice that it happens. So this is the hype cycle from last year. And there Gartner places generative AI in the trough of disillusionment. They should choose a different word. It's so difficult to pronounce for me. So that means it passed that peak of inflated expectations and is now going down that slope. But that positioning actually could be a positive thing because it means that now there's coming the reproductive phase where actually people are sorting out what do we do with this hype, how can we put that into practice. And so they project that generative AI will end up at that plateau of productivity in 2 to 5 years. So that's currently the estimation. And specific applications like edge AI or coding assistance might even reach that much earlier. So that's quite near in the future. So I would say as a conclusion for now, AGI is still unknown, like that part of the hype, but some other parts are here to stay and will find its way to productivity. So, but question is, and I won't be able to answer that, will it change everything? So I compare that a bit with industrialization. Of course, there are so many different aspects, but back then, work changed a lot, and there were fears which actually didn't become reality, and other fears which did become reality. But for example, in the 90s, when robots were introduced, people were afraid that every work will be done by robots, but which didn't happen until now. However, even in the automotive industry, some companies even rolled back the usage of robots, like Toyota did, for example, because they needed to adjust their processes to the robots, which turned out to be much more complex than being useful in some areas. So it's always like, you can't say, yeah, it will be exactly like that, or it will be not, but there's always some difficult aspects in between. As we know, as developers, it depends, right? And I think that's also with AI. For example, Klarna, you know, that evil company trying to sell. No, they famously created a collaboration with OpenAI and completely switched their customer service to chatbots. And they rolled that back as well, not because they're so customer friendly, but because it didn't work out. So we'll have to see how that turns out. I experiment a lot with AI in combination with development. So for example, PHP Storm has Junie, and which can not answer questions, but you can also give it tasks like, in this case, I had a node type in Neos, and I said, like, you know, I need a new node type with a bit of different design, and I need a few more fields or less fields there, and so on. And I formulated that within one phrase, and it took a minute until PHP Storm actually created the Fusion file, the node type, the Tailwind styling, everything, and it basically worked out. But we have some other examples where it completely went off rails. So, however, I think for us, it's important to gain knowledge in that area. We should know the ins and outs of AI, so we can judge, for example, also which models to use for which task, right? So the point with AI is, and I think this will actually not change, that the more you are an expert, the better you can use AI, because you need to ask the right questions. You need to decide, where do you actually want to go to? So the AI won't tell you where to head your business, or you can ask it for a marketing plan or so. But currently, you use it as a tool, and for that, you need some expertise to judge the output, but also to ask the right questions. Now, the question is, if AI will replace all the easy jobs, and that seems to happen now in some areas, where these jobs which you do the very first 3 years or so after graduating, for example, if that is replaced by AI, the question is, I mean, first of all, what to do with all these people if they are unemployed, but also, how will they learn their profession? You can't skip that first part of your job. You need to gain some experience, because we need experts a lot, especially when we have AI, because we want to define the goals and not let AI define the goals, and then we just do all the labor. Yeah, so I see all your happy faces when we're talking about AI now. Sorry about that. We'll come back to AI in a minute, but first let's talk about something much more positive. Let's talk about Neos. So last year I stood on the stage expecting a Neos 9 release by the end of the year. And to be honest, we took a little bit more time to sort out some last issues, because you know that we in the community have quite some sense of quality, and we were not happy yet with how Neos 9 was, so we could release it to you. And then, but 9 years after creating the first concept for the event-sourced content repository, the team finally released Neos 9 in April 3rd, and I think this is really a big effort, and I'd like to say thanks a lot for the team who had such an endeavor to make that possible. So thanks a lot for that team. So Neos 9 and the new content repository is our new masterpiece. So with that CR, we have potential technology head start of several years if we start to use it. So if we don't use it, there's only a theoretical advantage we have with that, of course. And as you probably have seen in the workshop already or figured out for yourself, there are so many nice capabilities, and working with the new event source CR is at the same time for you as developers, it's like a masterclass in modern PHP development. So keep that in mind. This code, which was produced there by that team, is brilliant, and I couldn't have done that. So yes, understanding these concepts like event sourcing and the new CR takes effort. It takes a bit of learning, but instead of learning some other CMS's quirks or memorizing API calls, so we are not asking you to do that. We are asking you that you try to level up your entire craft. You try to get into these new concepts because it will make you a better developer. I think it's really worth it. So more and more websites are built with Neos 9, and including the Neos conference website, by the way. And it's a great foundation for so many new challenging projects. And Sebastian and Tobias will tell you much more about that in that talk, which is after this keynote. So let's quickly look a bit on our product and community identity. So you know that innovation is part of our DNA. From the beginning, we attracted skilled developers who were mostly looking for a challenge. Because in the beginning, we had no content management system, but we needed developers. And then there assembled some group of people who were just in for that challenge to create something like that in a modern way. And this is still very much part of our DNA. So therefore, I said that it's 20 years ago that I started that, so it's not surprising that we not only have that the community is not only consisting exclusively of visionaries, but also of people like who are using Neos on their day-to-day business. So you know probably this technology adaptation life cycle. You have the innovators at the left, and then after the product matures, there will hopefully be early adopters, early majority, and so on. And that, of course, is also true for Neos, because at some point we were very new, there was nobody using Neos, and we actually crossed that chasm here from early adopters to early majority, because people were confident in using Neos and upgrading Neos. And so more and more profitable businesses rely on Neos. So still, we have these visionary people in our community who want something new, and we have those who are using Neos in projects. And they want to use it for powering their websites, but they will probably just jump from LTS version to LTS version. And that's completely fine. We always knew that we have these two groups in our community. And what we did was for every new innovation and drastic change, we carefully worked out a migration plan. So that those who were interested in the hot new things could try it out right away. And then we made sure that you could migrate very easily. For example, you remember from Fusion to AFX, so that was backwards compatible, of course, or we refactored the dependency injection 3 times and hardly anyone noticed. And we tried to make it easy to migrate so that you can actually jump from LTS to LTS. And we also take it very seriously that you can upgrade to Neos 9. So why am I telling you all this? Because for Neos, this is now a crucial moment. This is a crucial year for the project's future, because so much depends on the adoption of Neos 9. If everyone stays with Neos 8 and nobody upgrades, we will lose momentum at some point, of course. And it's also difficult to talk to each other when we have these different technologies. And therefore, I again would say get into Neos 9, because not only to help the Neos project, of course, but also to profit from what the team has been working on so long. Right, blue screen. So now that we worked so much in the machine room, it's time to also cater for the users of Neos. So for the next minor versions, the Neos team would like to concentrate on the editor experience much more. So again, yeah, that's our new editor experience. And of course, we might also at some point integrate AI. But why? And how? So I have some opinion on that. So for example, if you calculate the URI path segment of a page in Neos, you can do that with AI. I've seen people using Opus 4, not in research mode probably, but I mean, you can make that from a page title, calculate some UriPath segment. But keep in mind that you're not only paying the costs to OpenAI or something, but there are a big amount of hidden costs as well. I won't go into environmental impact, but you know about that. So what I would like to ask you is, if you use AI or integrate something like that, try to find the best alternative. Maybe there's a string function in PHP which also does the job. Or maybe there's a much smaller model which can do that job. So it doesn't always have to be the big models from OpenAI or Anthropic or whatever. So try to be conscious about that. And in terms of functionality, I'm not really a fan of generating texts from scratch in AI. I think it's the same thing like you might not be a fan of creating a complete application from scratch with AI, because you know how it should look like. You're an expert in coding, but I can tell you experts in text don't like generated text either. So it's but what I could use it for is as a tool also in content management. So for example, imagine you are refactoring the content of your website. So let's say you need to compile a list of all articles on your website which mention a certain product because there's some new regulation and you need to change something related to that product. You could have something like a smart search and replace, where we say, okay, every time we mention this product, we also need to mention this aspect because by law now we are required to do so. You could tell Neos to do that. Neos will put it in a workspace, and then you can review it. So that's some kind of use I would imagine, for example, for Neos. And yeah, how does Neos 9 fit into AI? So in fact, the content repository is the perfect application to connect with LLMs like ChatGPT or Claude. So I don't know if you're aware of MCP, the Model Context Protocol. So that's an open protocol that standardizes how application provides context to LLMs. So let's say if Claude wants to know something about content in your Neos website, it can use that protocol and then ask the content repository directly. So now, guess who already created a demo for that, integrating that MCP with Neos 9? Bastian did, of course. So let's say you renamed your software from Neos to Phoenix. Yeah. Then you would open up Claude, for example, and this, is an actual demo. So you see at the right side, you see the workspace management in Neos. And now Claude tries to find out all the content which mentions Neos, and you see there that it's actually running API calls on the new content repository and found all the places. And then it found 43 nodes, and now runs the node set properties API call to actually change everything. Then you can review that in your workspace, and you see, whoa, yeah, everything was changed there. And of course, you could also do things like, so it will summarize what it did. You could also do things like, yes, I wanted to rename that, but it would be nice if you could actually revert that so that UriPath segments are not renamed, or something like that. Whatever you want to do with AI there. And yeah, by that you see basically something like that can be done very easily. So to wrap it up somehow, yes, we are living in moving times and sometimes scary times, but also there are so many opportunities we now have. And I think it's important that we get into what is changing the world at the moment, and also much more of that impact, which not only what's interesting technically, but also get into the topics, does it mean for society, what does it mean for the environment, and so on. And because we share some certain values here, we can try to make good use of that and convince others to make good use of it. So, and as for NEOS, I think the NEOS team created a great foundation for future projects now. And of course, I won't deny there might be some, but I would like to invite you to become part of NEOS' future by investing time into learning the new concepts, by reporting things you find, and we'll try to help you creating pull requests and everything. So remember that you're not a customer, not a NEOS customer, but you're an active part of the NEOS community. So I would like also to invite you to collect ideas out there in the hallway, in the wall of ideas, okay? So, and if you like to know what NEOS 9 can mean concretely for your business, Tobias and Sebastian will tell you all about it, which means that for me it remains to say welcome again. It's so great to seeing you all here, and I wish you an inspiring conference this year, the NEOS Conference 2025. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What a reasonable and measured approach to AI.
Oh, yeah.
Refreshing. All right, so now we heard a ton about NEOS 9. We mentioned it earlier, Robert mentioned it now, but all of it is somewhat abstract. So Toby will be telling us what NEOS 9 and all of the changes it brings will actually mean for you, us, them, all of us.
Please welcome on stage.
Ooh,
Tobias
from the
Gruber.
side, sneaky.
Oh, here.
Oh, there's stairs.
Hello. Good morning also from me, and thank you for coming to Karlsruhe this year. Many of you again, and also for those of you who are joining us here for the first time, welcome. You've already read about NEOS 9. You've heard about it right now in the keynote. Robert already gave you a sneak peek of the capabilities that the new event source content repository brings for NEOS. And so we thought about how can we take you on this journey with us, on this new time for NEOS that NEOS 9 ushers in. So we thought about what does NEOS 9 mean for content, for digital content that it's made for. So we're saying, with NEOS 9, digital content evolved. And the question is, what is the significance of NEOS 9? What can we do now that was not possible before? And most of you here are probably looking at NEOS 9 from a developer's perspective and thinking about the API, how to use it, what changes in your code. But when we ask ourselves, who are we coding for and what are we trying to create, then we're thinking about the people who are going to use our NEOS projects, that are going to use it to edit their content. And then that content is being read, consumed, seen by end customers who are actually using the content that is being created. So there is this chain, and we have to think about how can we create a tool that is useful to those people browsing our websites, going to our online shops, and actually, paying the money to keep our businesses alive. And as Robert mentioned, Neos 9 enables new possibilities for your content. And content is more than just text or images. With Neos 9, we're expanding the definition of content. With the event source content repository, you can store so much more than just text or images. So think about your digital content and how you want to evolve that in the next years to deliver value to your customers. When we set out 9 years ago with this technical idea of the event source content repository, we didn't know it would take so long to actually deliver the product. But what we have seen and what Robert talked about is that the world around us has changed a lot. So when we create Neos 9, we think about what is possible and what does it mean, what we're doing, and you are part of that community. So what does digital content mean in the next years coming? Digital content means connections. We as a community are connected, the core team, the contributors, the users, the developers, the editors, everything is connected. And we want the same thing to be true for our content. We want our content to be available on a website, through an API in an app, through many other channels, and the source where that content is stored should easily support all of these use cases. And as you have seen, the machine-to-machine communication is becoming even more important, this MCP that Robert showed. So allowing other machines to interact with your content is becoming more and more important. So when we think about connections and you think about Neos and connected content within Neos, you have nodes, you have content that, for example, you create this beautiful website for your products. And a big shout out to Network Team for this awesome website. So you have your products, that is a kind of content. And what you typically do is your products belong to a category. Okay, that's easy. I'll create a product, I'll tag it with a category, and then we as developers are asked with a task to create a category overview page. Which products are actually tagged with this category? And I have been told that in the past, many people would go to Elasticsearch to answer that question. So we have to bring in a lot of complexity on the technical side to find out which products are actually part of this category. With Neos 9, we're making these connections much easier. We are introducing bidirectional relations. So instead of your products being tagged with a category, now, the way it's meant to be, your categories also know the products. So it becomes much easier to create these connections in your content. But digital content doesn't only mean connections. When we think about our content, we also mean control over our content. Which content is published? When, by whom, in a reviewed manner, and with quality. So in Neos 9, the new workspace module that Sebastian Helzle developed is becoming the standard. And you've hopefully already seen this beautiful UI that brings so much more information than before. So managing your content, having control over the workspaces, the changes that are being produced, that need to be reviewed, that need to be published, to be available to your end users, to be useful. Neos 9 with the new improved workspaces module is making a huge leap forward there. So we've talked about connections, we've talked about control. Digital content also means utility. The content we create should be useful and usable. So when I, as an editor, use Neos to create the content, I want it to actually be there and available to my end users. In my language, in my currency, in my demographic, whatever dimensions I've used in Neos to give my content out. So we've created a little demo, what Neos 8 sometimes, what can happen in Neos 8. So this is a scenario where we have two users editing the website, and we're using dimensions. And we're creating a translation with the copy function. We're publishing that. Now we're editing content. And now it's lunch break. I'm going off, having a lunch break, and my colleague is making changes as well. And I'm coming back from my lunch break, and I want to pick up where I left off. Oh, the node has moved? Okay. Where's my content gone? And when I refresh the page, there is no trace of it. Oh my gosh, the node is gone, the content is vanished. We call that orphaned nodes, and we had that be a possibility in Neos 8. And that's one of the features we wanted to get rid of, because that's not utility, that's annoying, that's confusing, that's frustrating. That's not what you expect as an editor. The most important thing when your users use the system is that the content that they create is there and stays there. That doesn't disappear. So when the team set out to create Neos 9 and this event source content repository, from the start, they were making sure that what they're creating, that what they're developing, removes these type of errors from the beginning. So with the improved dimensions that we get in Neos 9, Neos levels up its game in reliability and scalability. I've been asking this question to the team many times, and they have assured me it's not possible anymore. So if you find use cases where content is still disappearing, please let us know so we can fix those. It's not supposed to happen. I've talked about connections, I've talked about control, I've talked about utility. Digital content, as I've mentioned, also means APIs. Our content must be available in many different areas. So when they set out to create this new event source content repository that is at the core of Neos 9, they were also thinking about why only create that for Neos? This is an incredibly advanced package and a piece of technology. We can make that available to the broader community. So the Neos event source content repository is published as a standalone PHP package. So it can be used in many different contexts. Because open source, it's so important to us, we want to make this available to the community so that others can profit from the work we've spent. And the new content repository, you can actually have multiple instances within your Neos. And we're already discussing in the team that, as I said at the beginning, it's not just the text and the nodes and the content of your website that lives in a content repository. Pretty soon, also assets will live in a content repository. Because I'm sure many of you have had the use case where you said, okay, our content knows dimensions and is available in different languages, but the properties of my images, like the captions or copyright information and so on, they should also have dimensions, and it's, you know, it should be normal. So, for example, assets living in their own content repository, that is something that we're looking at. So the content repository can not only be used in Neos, but is a standalone package in all your applications that work with content. And digital content means one more thing for me. As we've said, when we create the content, when I as an editor create the content, I do not want it to go away. But of course, I'm rewriting my content, I'm creating new ideas, I'm publishing stuff, and then I'm thinking, oh wait, this thing I created last week, that was better. How do I get that back? So my content evolves and it changes. But change doesn't mean that I want to forget what happened in the past. That might also be important. So with the new event source content repository, every change is stored. So no matter how my content changes and evolves over time, the event store saves these changes. So as soon as you start using Neos 9, every change that your editors make to your content is saved and can be accessed. So when we ask the question, what changed in my content? By whom, when, and in which context? Neos 9 comes with an audit trail built in. But it's not just an audit trail. The event store enables new kinds of integrations as well, because syncing content to Neos and from Neos is becoming much easier, because the content, the way the content is changed now has an upcounting ID, so I know the last point of sync I had. And Neos, at its core, has never been the system that claimed all your data belong to us. Now, Neos has always considered itself a team player, so integrating with other systems has always been at the core and exchanging data and making sure that you can present your content in the best way possible. So this is Neos 9. This is digital content evolved. And I'm really excited about Neos 9 and the new use cases it enables. Are you also excited? So this is not just a promise for the future. Neos 9 is here, it's released, you can use it today. How many of you have actually, or are actually using Neos 9 in production today? Give me a show of hands. Who of you are not core team members? Okay, one, I think I saw a hand. So the big question is, okay, since April we have Neos 9 released. We're standing here on this stage telling you it's so great and you should use it. But how do I actually do that? And for that, I have the great honor of asking Sebastian up on stage. And Sebastian will show us how we actually get a Neos 9 project from a Neos 8 project to start with.
Let's try that, I would say, right? So, what do we actually need to do to upgrade to Neos 9? And it is, in the rough sense, it's pretty similar to every update you have done in the past. At the core of your project, you have the project code. This is all the stuff you check into Git. You all use Git, hopefully, right? Everybody? Yes. Okay. I won't ask the question who doesn't, but please use it. We also don't have just code in our projects, but we also use a lot of different packages, because that is the value of our community. Neos is at its core, but we have lots and lots of community packages you all created, and this is a really, really big part of the value of Neos. So that means we also need to update the packages somehow. And last but not least, content is data, so we also have to update the data in our system. So these are the 3 parts we now have to do. And when we prepared this talk, we were like, well, should we just try that out and upgrade that? So let's do that. So head to the Neos documentation and follow the documentation for that. So we'll go to the upgrade guides. And then there is some migration overview, which is really good, which gives you a really overview of what we need to do. So let's walk that through together. At the start, it is really, really important that you are at Neos 8.3, right? So you have to go first to the latest Neos version, so because this is what we tested the upgrade against. Hopefully you made a backup, right? And you have a local copy of your project with your data, with your production data, so you can safely upgrade and try out things. What do you need to do first when you upgrade a Neos project? Anybody? Dependencies, yeah, we need to update Composer.json. So let's do that together. So actually, when we thought first updating the demo site, and then it was like a little bit boring, so we thought, let's take a real website, let's take the docs website. And so what we're gonna do is now, together, is the upgrade of the docs.neos.io site package in the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So this is the Composer.json of the docs website before the upgrade, containing Neos 8.3. And what we need to do now is to upgrade dependencies to 9.0. We also update all the packages to the latest released versions. And we also need to add 2 new packages. What are these 2 packages? The first one, the Content Graph Doctrine DBAL adapter, it's a pretty hard to spell name as well, is the connection to the MySQL or MariaDB database for storing the nodes. We are currently also working on a Postgres version, which will offer even better performance, but that is still in the works. And the second package is the Content Repository Legacy Node Migration. This is actually the package you need if you want to migrate your content from Neos 8.3 to 9. As soon as this is done, this package can be removed. So let's update that, and then run Composer update. Let's see, Composer has to think a bit, and starts installing packages, downloading packages, and it's quite impressive what is in an average Neos project. I always, when this runs, I'm always thinking about this big stack of things we are based on, and I'm so glad that the open source ecosystem is so vibrant, because every of these individual packages lives on GitHub and has at least one person or a few persons who push that forward. So that is really, I'm really glad to be part of the bigger PHP ecosystem. Okay, so we have packages updated, right? Which is really good. Let's focus on the next part. We need to take care of the project code as well, right? How do you usually update your project code? Anybody? Core migrate, exactly. So core migrations have been in the Neos project since, I think, the first version. I think we did the rename from Phoenix to Neos back then with that, and from typo3.neos to Neos. So they have been in place for a long time. But this year, we have completely switched to a new migration system based on Rector. Who knows Rector, by the way? A few, okay. So Rector is a system which actually understands your code. It parses your PHP code, and it knows the syntax tree. It knows all the types in your code if you use type-safe code, which we all do in Neos pretty well. And this means we don't have to just do string replacements like we did before, but we actually understand your code when we update. And this enables us to bring the upgrading experience to a completely new level. And Rector is an open source project, and we have created a package called Neos Rector, which contains our special rules. So what you need to do is you need to install that into your Neos project using Composer Create Project into a subdirectory. So let's run that. It's going pretty fast. And that's it. And then we need to copy the configuration of Rector into our project because we're going to start modifying that. And this is actually the full configuration. At the start, it contains the configuration which so-called sets, so that are the rule sets, should be active. So right now, there's the most important one for Neos 9, but when we will release new versions and breaking changes there might be also rule sets for further versions coming up. Then we need to tell Rector about some information where it finds our packages. And the most important config is the one at the bottom, because it tells Rector which paths is it actually allowed to modify. So that means the migration rules and the paths to change are the things you're going to modify here. And when we do that, we can actually run Rector. We can do Rector winback, so the Rector binary, and then there's a dry run command. And if we run that, it takes a bit. It analyzes our code. 127 files. Boom. And I would change 73 of them. We remove the dry run. We try it again. And that is the code migration. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I like it. So there's a lot of things we can automatically migrate, but there's just a few of things the system is not able to migrate completely automatically. And instead of migrating it in the wrong way and then letting you figure out the problems, we actually tried it the other way around. We left hints in your code to find out places you have to look into manually. And these are starting all with this to-do 9.0 migration you are seeing here. And then you'll directly see in line 14, you may need to rewrite variable.identifier to variable.aggregateID. And it also says we did not auto-apply this migration because we cannot be sure whether the variable is a node. And if this is actually in a Fusion file in the project, and if we look at this Fusion file, the error actually appears in the middle where you see ID equals tab plus item identifier. So this is the errored line, or the problematic line the system is showing. And I've been highlighting the relevant context. So we are inside a Neos Fusion loop where we iterate over children of the current node, and we put these children into the variable named item. So that means when we look at this code, we know that item in this case is a node, right? So it's not nothing else. It is definitely a node object, what we see from these lines. So that means we can actually rewrite item.identifier to item.aggregateID pretty easily. And Rector is extremely good with PHP, but as we also have Fusion code, we also added Fusion support. And some of these cases are not fully automatic, but it's working really well. Because our Rector rules are open source and they live at GitHub.com Neos Rector, this is open for contributions from everybody. So that means if you have an issue where you say, okay, this is my old code, and actually I would expect this new code to be produced, please just open an issue there where you put in these two code snippets. And what we can then do easily from that is create a test case where we put the old code, the new code in, and this way we can very easily develop the further rules inside Rector. And I think we already have more than 80 rules rewriting code from the older version to the new Neos 9 version. And I'm really happy with the current state already, but I'm of course sure that there might be still edge cases missing, and we really want, if we can improve that together, we can really make the upgrading experience of the code a breeze. So I think that is really nice. So that went quite well. We'll update the project. We have updated the project code. So what is still missing? It is missing the data. And this is a step which is not usually needed in the past. They're usually just the doctrine migrations, and that was pretty much it. But because we changed the underlying data structure, you also have to do something with the data, which I'm going to show now. So let's open up the console. Let's just run a doctrine migrate just to be sure we have everything. Now you have to run content repository.setup. This is important because it creates some tables. Now we export the old content from the node data table into the file system and also some assets. And we see that somebody has to change some Sandstorm package there because there's a problem in node type schema. And then we can run site import all with this path. And what it does now has created a live workspace. It creates the site, it imports the events and the assets, and then so we replay all subscriptions. So that means we replay all the system to the state, which really works. So should we try it out now on the website if we open it up? Anybody interested? Let's try. So actually we have a website. Whoa, that is Neos 9. That is pretty nice. We can browse it. So the website is working. Let's test the backend. Let's log in. It's also working. Actually, loading the backend has become pretty fast. That's really nice. This was because we could get rid of the Doctrine ORM for the content repository, and we all do handwritten SQL queries. Right, so that looks pretty good, I would say. Okay, so that means we have a local content status. We have the copy of our Neos 8.3 website, and it was not that hard. I think it cost us like 15 minutes now in the presentation. So we have updated our data as well. One thing to remember for the content migration, so we have first-class support for one language. So that means the zero-dimension case. We have first-class support for multiple languages. So that means you usually have one dimension called language and then many values like German, English, French, whatever. So that is like the case for 90% of all Neos instances. And then we have multiple languages with fallbacks. So that means if there's no content available in Swiss German, then please use the German version. And then we have multiple languages and markets. And the box is not big enough. Actually, it says potentially with fallbacks. These cases actually work, but there are still some edge cases we are aware of. So these are cases we are still improving. And if you had any problems with the content migrations in these really, really, really advanced scenarios, please also let us know. So that is something we are continuously improving as we see issues. All right. So what is our status now? We have a website running on Neos 9 with our code updated, with the packages updated, and with our data imported, and we can actually try it out. So that is really good. I wouldn't put that online right now. I would actually like to check out the details. This is what we usually do at every Neos update, that we at least do some kind of comparison. And of course, because Neos 9 is such a big change, it makes sense to have to really empathize this comparison. And we as a team made some good experiences with a tool called Backstop.js. Does anybody know that? Oh, a few, cool. So what this is actually a screenshot comparison to a visual diff tool. You take two pages and the thing runs a headless browser, does screenshots and then differentiates the screenshots, and you see what actually has changed. And they have this really nice subtitle saying catching CSS curveballs, which I really like. So how does this work? You have to create some Backstop.js config where you tell the system which original URL and which new URL you have to compare. So this is now already at a staging system, but of course you could also compare the live website with your local installation we have just created. By the way, you could generate that from the sitemap XML. That's what we just did with some throwaway scripts. When you then run Backstop and you let it run, make all the screenshots and comparisons and so on, what you get is images looking like this. And this basically says the original version and the new version differ in these pink areas. And what you see here is that the live version has a new blog post which is not existing in my local version. So that means in this case, some editor has changed the live website while we were doing our migration. So that is not a problem, that is all fine, right? But there are also cases which look like this. So that means we have a person detail page on a Neos conference website, And there's apparently some completely different rendering in the bottom. So that means in the old version there was a section about more talks, and in the new version there's some completely different element, and that's actually, if you look at the page, it's the one afterwards. So that means this more talks section is not rendering at all in the new content repository, and that is a to-do which we have to fix then manually. But it's really, really helpful to have this to-do list, because it makes it possible and very plannable to that we can go through all the website. And this way, I can go through my website, and I'm sure that my content really looks the same before and after the update. So that's pretty much how you do it. So that is how you upgrade a website to Neos 9.
This is all cool and nice, and for the showcase it works with docs.neos.io, obviously. I want to see this in a real project. What's the real experience like? I'm pretty sure we have a website. Can I migrate that to Neos 9?
Try it out, sure.
I will try it out. Okay. So what did he tell me? I have to go into my Composer file, update that, update all the dependencies to the latest versions.
You're a pretty fast typer, actually.
Pretty good. Composer update. Oh, I'm so excited. And oh man, what's happening?
Well, who had this error before? Who did not have this error before? Let's try it the other way around. Okay, right. So what we've seen here is that there's a problem with the dependencies. They don't resolve to an installable set, right? So that means some packages are not compatible with Neos 9 now. And if we look at the error messages and read them in detail, it's these ones. And actually, there are also 2 Sensum packages. So we also have to do our homework there. So this is the list of problematic packages right now we are having on our website. So we need to make them, we need to progress there. And there's 4 steps we have to do to fix that problem. And it's the same 4 steps you have been using in Neos 8 and so on. So first thing is we have to remove all the packages which are not Neos 9 compatible, so that we have a successful Composer installation again and we can upgrade everything which works, right? This is the first step we need to do. And then we have to take care of every package individually, right? Every package which is missing, which we removed, we still have to take care of. So what we have to do is fork one incompatible package, declare it as Neos 9 compatible, and install it. I'll show that in a bit how this works. Then we'll do the migrations, and we also have Rector available for that. And then we have to send a pull request. So let's try that out with one example of a package. So first, we have already removed all the packages now, and we have a running installation. We didn't show that now because I'm sure you all know how this works. And then we'll take one package which is incompatible, which is of the great Sebastian Helzle, which we want to try out. And who has forked a package before? Okay, awesome. So what you do there is you actually create your own local copy, which you can freely modify. And it's pretty simple. You go to github.com, you press this fork button, and you can just keep it all at the defaults, press create fork. And then we have our own local copy to mess with. And the first thing we need to do is we have to change the Composer JSON, and I usually do that right online on github.com, and we have to declare the package compatible with Neos 9 so that we can install it. And actually, I'm doing that without even knowing if it is compatible with Neos 9, right? Because I didn't change any code yet. But it's important so that I can get it installed with all its dependencies and so on in my local copy. So that is what I'm usually doing. Okay, so we have my own local copy of the node type analyzer now. And now we need to install that locally. And what we have to tell Composer in our root Composer JSON is the special repository to be used, which should be used. The name doesn't matter; it's just the type and the URL. And this way, I can install the node types analyzer in the dev main branch. And this will install my forked version and not the original one, because we've pointed Composer to our repository, which we just created. So when I then run Composer install, Composer update, sorry. Oh yeah, that's an important thing with prefer source. That is important because it downloads the Git history. If you omit that, if you just run Composer update, you just get the code, but without the history and all the Git setup. But if you run it with prefer source, you get a version which you can directly modify and commit and push and everything to. So that is important just for the workflow, because otherwise you could create your local changes, but you don't get it back online. So prefer source is really important. All right, so what we did now is we forked our package, we declared this as compatible, and we installed it. Next step, we have to run Rector, because we have this cool migration tool, which of course also works at arbitrary packages people have created. So we open up rector.php, the config, and we don't want it working on the distribution packages anymore, but we wanted to remove it, work it on the node types analyzer. All right, let's try that and execute Rector. And for some reason, I don't really understand yet, this actually took a minute running that, so I've sped it up a bit, but it's still way faster than me doing and finding all the things locally, so it's still a really, really good tool. So, let's see. Okay, so Rector did some modifications and changed 8 files. And that is really cool, I think, that Rector is able to modify your code automatically, what we've seen. Okay, next step is actually push this stuff back online, because now we have our local modified copy. We have to, we can check the diff, we can try out the package, we can see if everything works as expected. And now we can add the code, create a new commit for Neos 9 compatibility. And if we see what remote side Git is connected to, we see that actually it is connected to my local version of the node types analyzer, which we just forked. So that is what is important. So that means I am allowed to push there as well, because I don't have write access to Sebastian's package directly. So we push that to GitHub, and that is really nice and working. And last step, which is also really important so that everybody can profit from that. So I personally can now use my fork, right? I'm done. I have a working version of my package now. I can continue with my update. I think that is also a good thing. I don't need to wait for Sebastian to merge the pull requests, because I can start updating the next package and the next one, and get my project done to Neos 9 without any external dependencies. I do not need to wait until the maintainer approves the change. But of course, it extremely makes a lot of sense that I send this code back to Sebastian, so I can send a pull request to the original maintainer. Who has done a pull request before? Okay, cool. For all the others, I'll just show how this works. We'll go to the GitHub user interface again. I'm in my local version again of the package. And then I can press contribute up there. And I want to create a pull request. I have to add some title. And some description would be nice, of course, which I'm omitting yet now because I'm a slow typer. And that's it. So this way, I've sent the changes back to review to Sebastian, and also to everybody else in the community who has trying to figure out if there's a compatible version of the package for Neos 9, because that is the place to look at. All right. So we've sent a pull request, and this is actually what we now need to do for every individual package we are missing. And this is how we get to a working version of the Sandstorm website, which you wanted to know.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So this is the call to action for all of you. To get to the point where all of you, next time we meet at Neos conference next year, say, you're all running Neos 9 projects now, we have to update our packages. And as Sebastian just showed, updating our packages starts a virtuous circle. The more packages we make compatible, the more Rector rules we create, the more edge cases we find and improve, the easier the upgrade of our next project becomes. So, let's update our packages, send those pull requests, and harness the power of this open source community. And if you plan to stay for the contribution day on Saturday, that is the perfect opportunity to take your first steps and start making your packages Neos 9 compatible so that we can all start upgrading our Neos projects to Neos 9. Thank you very much for your attention. And we're looking forward to a lot of pull requests to make packages Neos 9 compatible.
Yep. And to a great Neos conference, of course.
Well, thank you very much, Toby and Sebastian. Well, I got a bit thrown back hearing this talk because I remember my little girl, she might be watching the live stream.
Hi.
Hi. And she just recently turned 10. And I remember when my wife was pregnant, we went to Lübeck visiting Carsten and Robert. And Robert was telling me about event sourcing and everything. And it's 10 years from now, roundabout. And, well, do you remember when you were like 5 years old, dreaming of how it would be when you would turn 10? What you could do when you were 10? And that's like a similar feeling. And then she turned 10. And then she was able to do all these things like staying awake until 10 in the evening or something like that. And did you realize it is now here? We turn 10. It's really here and we can use it, Neos 9. So please give a huge shout out to all those who made this possible. We have it now available. We don't have to dream about it anymore.
That was a lot of talk and a lot of listening and a lot of sitting. I'm sure you could take a quick break and a coffee maybe. Does that sound any good? We'll have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we come back with Bernhard presenting their Neos 9 project and here on the center stage, and Carsten on the studio stage. We're looking forward to all of it. I think we disabled voting for these first two talks, so don't vote now. But do make sure you install the damn app. All right. Thank you so much.
Enjoy a break.
too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pulling leaves from the vine. Love me so or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop.
Thank you, Jan and Klaus. Well, next speaker up here is Bernhard Schmidt. Up until last year, we could introduce him by telling he plays the violin, but since this is common knowledge now, I'll tell something different. So, first of all, you've heard this moving notes and everything in the previous talk. That's something he had built mainly and all the tests around it, so that's very interesting. He has already upgraded a whole spaceship to Neos 9. And now it was about eating your own dog food, means a real-life project, upgrading this one to Neos 9. Please welcome on stage Bernhard Schmidt.
So good morning and hello fellow Neosians, and welcome to this year's episode of Graph Practice. So that's a new term, and it means that after all those years of talking about how awesome everything will be once Neos 9 is released, it's now time to talk about the things that have been done now that Neos 9 is released. So this is our first Neos 9 project in our company. The customer, they are the Automobilgruppe Nord AG, or short ANAG. And as the name already implies, they're a car-related company that provides a variety of services to independent car dealerships, for example. So imagine you're a dealership or a garage, and you don't want to depend on one of the large car manufacturers. You have to deal with the issue that you order stuff in really low amounts, and that's more expensive. So you have to find a solution for that. And usually you team up with other partners to build a so-called purchasing pool, so you order stuff in larger quantities. And that's exactly where the ANAG steps in. It mainly, but not only, provides such a purchasing pool, and by that connects more than 800 of those independent partners to dozens of supplier shops or other information systems. And this basically provides a win-win situation because, as said, the partners can purchase products at lower prices, and the suppliers get a more steady flow of orders. But that's not all they do. They also offer additional services like their own information systems on what to actually purchase or what to be aware of. And they also offer exclusive services to their members, like insurances, for example, which the large car manufacturers do as well. And the third point is knowledge transfer. So there are a lot of best practice articles that are important to those partners, and also webinars, like they can join those live, or they can watch them in an archive and get information from there. So the central software system for this is the so-called PartnerNet. It's a single entry point where the users have exactly one account where they log in, and from there they can access lots of other systems like the supplier shops or the different information systems where protected information is provided. That means that this requires a single sign-on solution, because if you have like a dozen or 2 dozen of web shops, you don't want to manage 2 dozen of accounts. Also, as you might imagine, the end users of the system are not technical professionals, so this has to be easily usable, right? So we need a clear overview about what services are available, because that's what the whole company provides as a value. And the users should be able to find the place they're looking for really fast. So the fewer clicks, the better. So if you do a relaunch of such a system, you basically first ask the question, why do we do this in the first place? I mean, it worked before, but why doesn't it work anymore? Why does it need really a relaunch? So one thing was that the previous system was very limited in content management capabilities. So the editors couldn't do very much on their website, and they often got confused. That was the first point where we said, okay, we can help with that using Neos. And also for the end users, there was a lot of room for improvement. So it was rather hard to find anything on the site. And yeah, also the users got confused rather often. So. And what's also required now in the relaunch is to help filter the necessary content or the appropriate content for the users is personalized content. So depending on the role you have in your systems, for example, if you're like a buyer who wants to basically access those shops, there is no need to see the other parts because you won't interact with those anyway. Then there's the point of future-proofness and the fun of replacing a legacy system. So this one was more than a decade old, which has its ups and downs for us, because on the upside, the bar isn't set too high, right? Because you're competing with software that's a decade old. But you also have to keep in mind that the next relaunch will probably also be in 10 years from now. So you also have to be aware of your own future self, right? So think of yourself in 10 years, and hopefully the code you write now isn't too bad, right? Also, there have been issues. Because one of the central part of the system is being connected to those shops, right? Because if there is no discount for the users, there is no value for the users, or a lot less value. So maintaining this connection to the other systems is of crucial importance. And there were more and more issues with that. And also, there is always the requirement to add more systems to this single sign-on process, and that was also no longer possible. And we were bound to find out why, which brings us to point 3, security. So basically, if you design such a single sign-on system, you have basically 2 options, right? Either you use an established international industry standard, or you do it yourself. And let's just say we switched to the standard, which also explained why there were those issues connecting your systems, because some shops might not be too happy about your self-implemented security. It also helped reducing redundancies, because then there was really that single account to be used. So let's start with security. Very important issue. As you see, future-proofness and security are kind of intertwined. So what can we do here? So the status quo, the customer had a CRM system which contained all the necessary information about the users, their assignments to roles, what company they work for, and so on. So basically everything we needed. But it didn't have sufficient identity provider capabilities, so we couldn't use it as an IDP. What we did instead is we teamed up with our friends at Punkt.de to set up a Keycloak instance, which then served as the identity provider. There was an importer being written to import from the CRM to Keycloak, and then those customer data sets were users that we could actually authenticate. And the complete architecture looks as this, right? So you log in into the partnernet. You're redirected to Keycloak to do that. You're redirected back. And then you can click on some tile to the respective shop. And that shop will then fetch the necessary token from Keycloak again, to confirm the authentication, and then you're logged in there again. So it's basically the OIDC standard we used, and it worked quite well. So for us, it was rather easy. I mean, thankfully, there's an awesome package from Flow Native that you can just install, the OIDC package. You set up your OIDC client in Keycloak, do a little bit of configuration, and then you can authenticate users in Neos. That's rather fast. I think it's a thing of a few hours, and you're done. And you're happy that you also can already start editing content and assigning the content to the different roles and so on. But that's one system done and a few dozen to go. So the actually interesting part of this project was the diversity of contacts you had. So basically every single web shop or information system had some kind of either internal technical department or an external one. And there's also the difference between your typical small to medium enterprise or the large corporations, the international ones. And so I categorized them a bit. There are those small to medium businesses, they are rather enthusiastic about this. We had some really thankful calls like, okay, we wanted to replace this old authentication mechanism for years now, thanks that we can do that. And they were also very competent. They also already knew how OIDC works, and that was the easy part. Then there are the rather reluctant ones that basically asked us to, hey, could you please provide us a step-by-step explanation how we should implement this in our system? So after a few of those, you're pretty decent at explaining how OIDC works. Also, there were some of those that were reluctant because they feared the switch to the new protocol because of security issues, which is kind of, weird. It's basically the wrong way around. But there has there has to be quite some explanations being done there. And then there are the major corporations. They have highly professional IT departments. They know exactly what they're doing. They know the protocol really better than yourself. But then the department is on another continent. So in another time zone, you have to do those meetings. And they already have a plan for the next quarter. So you have to somehow sneak your project in. Otherwise, you have to wait for 3 months because they have a time slot available for that. So what does this mean for such a project? So it's highly parallel. You have like 12 tickets open, connecting to this system, connecting to that system, and they all have to run in parallel, or they can also run in parallel. And for each partner shop, there was like one contact person or multiple contact persons, and there was a lot of emails and phone calls going on. It's rather hard to track the progress because, you have on your board you have 12 tickets, and they're all in progress for like a month or 3. All those systems, from our perspective, are a black box, right? Because we told them how to build their landing page where we can send the user to start the authentication process. We did know the URLs, so we could build the buttons to go there. But from then on, it either worked or it didn't, and we didn't have any information about why something didn't work. So what we did was we started as early as possible to get in contact with everyone, and then just run it along as a cross-cutting concern along the whole project. So while that was in progress, we could already start, because our application could already authenticate versus Keycloak, so we could start with the ease of use part. Again, the status quo, there was a separate system that users could log in, and that provided all the information about the services provided by the ANAG, and you could read a lot of articles about being a member is profitable for you and so on. But you already had to switch to another system to learn what other systems exist. And this whole overview about the available services, shouldn't that be our platform? And yep, that was the plan. So this service information system was integrated as the central part of the PartnerNet. Then we wanted to have personalized content. So it's basically a kind of restriction who can see what. I mean, it's not a security issue because, I mean, they're basically allowed to see the content for the other departments of their own company. That's not a security problem. But an ease of use problem, right? If you don't want to see stuff that you don't want to interact with. So that's not something we did. And we created the service navigation. That is the first entry point to have an overview about what services are available, have options of filtering those to find what you're looking for rather fast. And then there were, of course, those special user groups that should be handled completely differently than all the other ones, and they simply got another dashboard on the starting page, and that's what's basically it. Then editorial ease of use. I mean, we have certain advantages using EOS in that regard. What was important for us was having structural semantics, like we have the dashboard, everyone understands what that's supposed to be. Then we have service categories. They have meaning for the different departments, like sales or finances and so on. And we have the usual editor experience provided by Neos for free, basically. So whether you edit a link to a supplier shop or a service category, it doesn't make much of a difference because the Neos UI will just guide you through the process because it provides the necessary properties, for example. And while we were doing this, all those login tiles that we prepared, I mean, they could already write the descriptions for the different shops, although they were not finally connected yet. And one by one, those tiles that you can click on went live and came to life once the supplier shop contacts solved their issues. That was quite nice to look at. So I'm a big fan of show, don't tell. So let's have a look at what this looks like. So this is the central login page, right? So that's where you get redirected once you click on the login button or just enter the URL. Then you log in. That's the Keycloak instance. It redirects back to our system. There you have the search box above, then the favorites. So if you have like 3 or 4 shops or something that you usually interact with, you can put them on a favorite list. That's there. Here's the service navigation with the different categories. They're already filtered to your role. On that, again, on the left side, you have the categories again. And here are the actual services where you can add them or remove them from your favorite list, or can directly go to the shop, for example, which will then sign on, in this case, to the Castrol shop. And you're asked some questions that I couldn't answer, so I didn't. But basically, you're also already logged in there, and you can start shopping at your discounted prices. So that was the main part, but they have also additional content on that website, right? Like all those how-tos. So there's a lot of knowledge necessary to run a car-related business, obviously. So there are lots of webinars and other articles that can be searched, filtered, that can properly be managed in EOS. And because if you can have one academy, that's what they called it, you can also have 2, right? So they built 2 academies, one of their own and one that's directed to the respective Academy pages or how-to collections from their partner shops. Then search was an important part because, I mean, you don't need it too often because the service navigation worked pretty well, but there are also like dozens and hundreds and maybe thousands of documents, PDFs that you can download, like descriptions for car parts or whatever. And so we implemented those with the finding those using full text search over PDF content. So while we were doing that, there's also this future-proofness thing to keep in mind. Whenever you implement a new feature, think of your future self, right? So often the question, does it scale? Not in the meaning of, oh, we'll have millions of users. That's not what is going to happen. But this has to be extensible, right? So they want to add further shops, where they want to add further functionality. Does the architecture help with that we chose? We already chose the ODC standard. That should scale very well because you can go with the international standard, go to the next shop and say, yeah, that's what we're using, have fun. And there's very little discussion about that. That works pretty well. So our internal architecture, that's what the first part looked like, right? So we have the so-called shared kernel. Everything that is insensitive to any context is there, right? So presentational components, for example. So your text or image or text with image component, it doesn't really care about whether it's used for a product, for a service, for an event, or whatever. So it can be reused across contexts. Then we have our core domain. So that's where the business happens, right? So this login, the single sign-on, that's something that must work. Otherwise, we lose a lot of value. And we have this service navigation, which is really important for the users so they can actually use the system. So that's what we defined or distilled as the core domain. That's the partnernet itself with one tightly coupled module, the service information system. That kind of made sense to us. And then what we added was additional subcontexts. So like the Academy or the magazine where news articles were published, they're kind of disconnected to the rest. I mean, they don't have anything to do with like the login process or something like that, but they can make use of the existing infrastructure. We can also assign them to users or groups or something, and we can use the shared components to style them. That goes for the Academy or the magazine. And we can, of course, use and define additional node types, right? So your regular magazine article, that doesn't make sense in the service information system, but we can just add those to the magazine. That works just fine. So then was Go Live. So an architecture to work on Go Live is rather easy because you know all the requirements and can adjust your architecture to that. So, but what happens next? That's the interesting part. Because especially if a project goes well, the customer is inclined to require additional features, right? So, okay, this worked. Can we do that also? So the next question was, we have that old corporate site. Can we integrate that into the system? I mean, it's not super important. We don't want to spend too much money on it, but can we do this? I mean, Neos is multi-site capable. Why not just do that? We can reuse lots of content node types. For example, whether you use text with image on a news article or on the corporate website, that's not a problem. Just reuse that. Or if there are a few new node types, you can again reuse the shared components. And the next question was, hey, some of our suppliers, they don't even have a shop. Can you build one for them? The nice thing about that is, at first, we didn't need to integrate payment. That makes everything very much easier. And they also could define those discounted prices right in the partnernet, right? So, and we also already are logged in and don't need to add another SSO system. We also could add some domain-specific properties, like do we need a forklift for that product? That's something that I never would have thought about by myself, because I usually don't buy stuff in forklift size amounts. But it's an issue. And the question was, okay, can we build this in NEOS? And I mean, that's a rhetorical question. Of course we can. And so we did that the same way we built the other packages. And that's how the whole thing was integrated in the architecture. So we have the corporate side parallel to the partnernet, using the same presentational components and other parts from the shared kernel. And the shop we again built on top of the partnernet, because we needed the sign-on for those discounted prices. We didn't need that for the corporate side, for example. And it fit in there quite well. So at least in my understanding, that's what you call a modulith. So there are dependencies, right? This is not microservice, but there are dependencies between the packages, but they're clearly visible. Example, in our case, it's by package name. The more dots and additional name parts it gets, it obviously depends on the one with the fewer parts. They have to make sense. And they have to be unidirectional, right? So bidirectional dependencies, that's the way to your big ball of mud that you want to avoid. And you have to ensure replaceability or removability of simple modules, right? For example, if you remove the academy, does the rest still work? I haven't tried it out, but I'm pretty sure it would, because the other parts are independent from the academy, for example. So yes, we have the ODC integration. We have a modulith architecture that's very well extendable and also clean enough to survive, hopefully, a full decade. And we started on NEOS 9 because, well, NEOS 8 won't survive a full decade. Even 8.4, I think it's 3 years or something like that. And so we wanted to start on a new version. And how did that help? So the first question I asked myself was, okay, could this have been done in NEOS 8 as well, besides the future-proofness part? And the answer was yes, but. So of course, nothing of this couldn't have been done in NEOS 8. But what we're doing is a lot of stuff in the integration part we do in PHP instead of in Fusion. And interacting with the new CR is so much more fun than interacting with the old one. Like the subgraph API or the dimension handling, for example. It's no more array shuffling and guessing what is now the actual language I'm looking at, and that's much more clearer. Then the extensibility patterns. Also, if I switch back to my NEOS 8 projects, it was like, hey, okay, this can be easily done. But yes, is there a signal for that? That got a lot more extensible in NEOS 9 because we have basically all information about everything that ever happened. And given NEOS 9 is so thoroughly tested, I have a lot of more confidence in the capabilities of the system, especially when it comes to moving nodes. That works really well in NEOS 9. And then it's testability, because the NEOS 9 test suite can also be used in your customer projects, and we did that. And it helps a lot of being confident about your own project. It gets you into this more requirements please phase, because whatever happens, okay, I'll write a test for that. That works. And sometimes when I go back to those NEOS 8 projects, and there is a like complex requirement, including the publishing process or something like that. I was like, hey, that's not a problem. We can just write a test suite for that. and then, oh, no, we can't. So just being able to do that in EOS 9 is really nice. So for example, this service navigation, so you can define the categories, so what users can see this category, and on that category, the different services, so what user can see those services, and those kind of interact, right? So you can add users that wouldn't have access to the category, to a service, but they should then see the category, but only that one service in the category, and so on. And you can include single users, and you can also exclude users that shouldn't see that service, although they are in the respective group. And that's something you don't want to try out in the editor, right? So what we did, we wrote a little test suite. Those of you who attended the workshop already know that. And so what EOS 9 provides is that you just can define your nodes that you want as a worst case scenario, for example. So we define a lot of nodes here, like those service information pages and categories, and they are assigned to roles and single users. Then we basically log in as that user and test what elements are in the service navigation. So the effect of this was that we implemented, or every single step in the implementation of the service navigation, so every single customer requirement always required exactly one attempt. So we built that, we tested that, built it, deployed it, it worked. The next requirement, same story again. And that's not only a new level of confidence for yourself, but also for the customer, right? Because everything you do just works. That's really nice. So of course, we also had a few issues. So we started on beta 4. That's something I wouldn't, in hindsight, I wouldn't have told anyone outside the core team to do that. We launched on beta 13, and in contrast to what we promised us, yes, we still did a few breaking changes. So to cope with that, we raised PHP Stand to level 9 in our project, so we directly found anything that changed. We don't have too many editors in the system, so the conflicts that could occur before the release candidate, they weren't much of meaning to us. We have had some issues with URI-path segments no longer being unique or being enforced to be unique, so editors have to take care of that. And the ominous sync button on the top right, where you have to sync your workspace manually to the live system or live workspace. Then again, there was package compatibility. We heard about that before. So we were doing the beta hopping thing also because we had another customer project started on a higher beta. So we had to provide especially our Zeitgeist packages in multiple EOS 9 compatible versions at the same time. That was a bit annoying, but also you can learn a lot about doing that. And as a consequence, there are now lots of, especially our Zeitgeist packages, available also in EOS 9 compatible versions, and we added also a few other packages to the list of compatible packages, like the lightweight Elasticsearch package from Sandstorm. And so you can use those as well. So the final question, was it worth it doing this on EOS 9? I'd say definitely yes, and yes, I would do it again, and I will do it again. So it's not only my personal recommendation, it's now also a recommendation of the NEOS community in total. So if you have a new project, try out NEOS 9, it's really fun. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Bernhard. First of all, we have some. Bring them. Oh yeah, we have some presents for you. Great talk. Thanks a lot.
That famous NEOS N that you guys can buy, by the way.
I will try to shape it in this 4D manner that it's actually supposed to look like.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
perfect.
see if that works.
And some honey, some NEOS branded honey.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, though, I think
Well, sorry,
you
I
have a few
forgot.
seconds to send some questions if you
Yeah.
have any left.
I forgot to mention, you can build the N. I give you 3 minutes while they. No, we already have some here. Well, the first question became obsolete because you already answered it. But how much of the roles that you have is in the? But how much of this is in the core? Are privileges fully implemented for the new CR?
So yes, we have security implemented. You can do a lot of stuff also with the new concept of subtree tags. So you can basically tag a whole part of your content tree and then define, okay, you have to have the following role to see everything that's tagged with that. But we didn't use that in our project because email addresses are not valid subtree tags, and also as I said, it wasn't really a security concern, but just some user guiding concern, and that's easier implemented in the presentation actually.
Very good. That was the only question as I see now. But I have a question from the talk before that you will be able to answer. There were questions on Sebastian's and Toby's talk, and there was a question: is the migrated dependency still compatible with Neos 8? I think that's a very general question. You might be able to answer.
So yes, and as always in software development, the answer is it depends.
It depends. If you ask a dev, it depends. If you ask a lawyer, it depends. It's always it depends.
So I should have become a lawyer.
Ah,
If you have a package that you upgrade to Neos 9 and it requires the content repository and interacts with it, then it's really, really hard to build a version that's both compatible to Neos 8 and 9. So I'd recommend don't do that. Do a new major and release that. But if it doesn't, like for example, the OIDC package from Flownative, it doesn't interact with the CR. So you can just write, yeah, is compatible to Neos 9, check. That's possible.
Very good. I saw your boss already pulled out his cards. Does he sometimes play card tricks on you just to confuse you while you're coding or something?
Hopefully not.
Well, thanks a lot,
Would be
Bernard.
another challenge.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You won't need the honey to glue the N.
But can I?
You can
you
if
can
you want.
try.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for your talk, for your work. Your applause.
All right. And now we don't have a clicker, but we do have 20 minutes break. Oh, we do have a clicker.
And we have
a 20 minutes break, so more coffee. Try those spinach croissants. They're like horribly good. And at 12, we'll be talking about how to elevate code quality here and about lightweight requirements engineering for IT projects up on the studio stage. Looking forward to seeing all your faces again.
Don't forget to rate this talk.
Rate the talk. Rate the talk. Vote, 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 vote.
A nice break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, we're back. We have a new talk coming up inspired by children's books, which I love.
Oh, yeah. And we should try to pronounce his name correctly. Fiach. Was that right? Oh, yeah. He comes
It's
from
an Irish
Ireland.
name.
And please welcome on stage here, Fiach Dillon from One-on-One Communications, Telecommunication. It's your stage. Thank you.
One last reminder before we leave, ask your questions on the app, and that includes you guys at home if you're watching. Download the app, ask your questions, so we have something to talk about later. Thank you.
That's the title. And yeah, I'll introduce myself. Oop. Hello. I seem to have technical issues. the controller is not reacting. Thanks. There we go. Okay. Hello, NASCON. Fiach Lewis Dillon. I'm a senior software engineer at 101 Telecommunications. I've always loved storytelling, especially as a father to 3 wonderful kids. One of our favorite pastimes is to read stories together, and one series that we really like is Mr. Men and Little Misses. The stories are short, engaging, and always carry a meaningful message. The story today will be Mr. Messy, a book I can definitely say is a good one, and a good value to teach the kids. Hopefully this presentation will capture a little bit of that spirit, so let's begin. A good story, like good code, always finds its structure. So, signs of a mess, it was always there. Mr. Messy lived in a particularly messy-looking house. The paint was peeling just like his PHP code, full of syntax errors and no linting to catch them. The windows were broken like his Fusion templates, unpredictable and nearly impossible to debug. There were tiles missing from the roof, much like his no-type inconsistencies in his project, where some pages loaded and others failed completely at random. The flower beds were overrun with weeds, like his garden gate of his hinges, a perfect metaphor for the lack of testing, where every fix introduced more bugs than it solved. And had Mr. Messy cut the grass lately? He had not. The breaking point, everything falls apart. Mr. Messy rolled out of his messy bed, yawned, scratched, shuffled into the chaos of his usual routine. He brushed his teeth, leaving the cap of the toothpaste, just like he'd been leaving syntax errors all over his PHP code. At breakfast, he poured himself a bowl of cereal, cornflakes flew everywhere, much like his Fusion templates. Scattered unpredictable errors with every render. Heading out the door, he tripped over a broom he left lying in the yard 2 weeks ago. That broom, technical debt, ignored waiting to strike at the worst possible moment. But Mr. Messy wasn't just stumbling through his morning, it was launch day. Discovery, a glimpse of what's possible. Mr. Messy went for a stroll and found the neatest, prettiest looking little cottage that he had ever seen. It had a lovely stream running right through the middle, a smooth CI/CD pipeline perhaps. There was a man in the yard clipping the hedge with precision. As Mr. Messy approached, he said, "Good morning, I'm Mr. Messy." The man looked him up and down and replied, "I can see that, I'm Mr. Tidy." Another man appeared out of the house holding the clipboard and a linting report. "I'm Mr. Neat." "Tidy and neat," said Mr. Tidy. "Neat and tidy," said Mr. Neat. Together, they were everything Mr. Messy wasn't: order, clarity, and care. The offer, resistance to change. "We're in business together," explained Mr. Tidy, "and the person who owns this house has asked us to do some work." "What sort of work?" asked Mr. Messy. "Oh, we make things nice and neat," said Mr. Neat, flicking a speck of dust off his PHP stand manual. "Tidy things up," added Mr. Tidy, holding a folder labeled CI/CD Pipelines Jenkins. "Perhaps we could come along and do some work for you," Mr. Neat offered, eyeing Mr. Messy. He looked even more unstructured and tested than usual that morning. "But I don't want things nice and neat," muttered Mr. Messy, looking downright miserable just at the thought of it. The very idea of linting fusions, YAML schema validation, unit tests, and automated pipelines made him twitch. "Intervention, time to clean up." "Nonsense," said Mr. Tidy, putting on his Jenkins gloves. "Fiddlesticks," said Mr. Neat, tucking the PHP unit test report into his tool belt. "But," Mr. Messy tried to argue. "Come along," said Mr. Neat, pulling out a USB stick labeled Playwright End-to-End Tests. "Off we go," said Mr. Tidy, opening the doors to the code clean van humming with Fusion Trace dashboards. But, Mr. Messi stammered. But nothing, said Mr. Neat. Before Mr. Messi could even write another untested function, they bundled him into the van and they were off, heading straight to the project on the other side of the wood. First impression, code review panic. Good heavens, said Mr. Neat when he arrived. Good gracious me, added Mr. Tidy. This is the messiest house codebase I've seen in all my born days, they both said at the same time. There were inline scripts tangled like weeds, Fusion templates with zero linting, and YAML files yelling in syntax agony. Better do something about it, said Mr. Neat, already unpacking the Neos code styles formatter. Before Mr. Messi could even open his mouth, they were rushing here and there, running PHP stand validation schemas, snapshotting layouts, and setting up the first Jenkins jobs he had ever seen. Refactoring begins. Mr. Neat gets to work. Mr. Neat hoed through outdated YAML configs, mowed down wild overgrown Fusion structures, and pruned unnecessary HTML wrappers. He clipped duplicated PHP functions and forgotten old class names. He cleaned performance bottlenecks using Fusion tracing and Neos debug, and dug deep into the rendering layouts with snapshot tests. He set up a functional and unit test with PHP unit and fixtures, and handed the clean code to a pipeline over to Jenkins with a satisfied smile. By the time he was done, the Yard Air front end looked better than ever. Clean, fast, and stable. Back-end overhaul. Mr. Tidy gets to work. Mr. Tidy cleaned up the controller, scrubbed away the years of tangled logic. He rubbed through every config file, aligning them with the YAML schema validation. He primed and mended broken endpoints and added type safety checks with PHP stan and enforced Neos code styles for clarity. Then he painted the code base with clean commons, refactored classes, and beautiful structured modules. The foundation, the API, the data flow, looked more consistent and maintainable than it had ever been before. Mr. Messi peeked out and blinked. He barely recognized his own backend. Full stack cleanup inside the codebase. Then they both stepped into the house. Good heavens, said Mr. Neat for the second time that morning. Good gracious me, echoed Mr. Tidy, also for the second time. Without another word, they set about cleaning the house from top to bottom. They brushed through templates using Fusion linting. They swept away duplicated and unreachable code. They polished the UI with snapshot validation and Playwright end-to-end tests. They scrubbed business logic and PHP unit test, and even optimized performance with Fusion tracing and wired it all together in a neat, reliable CI/CD pipeline with Jenkins. By the time they were done, the inside of Mr. Messi's house, his code base, looked neater, faster, and more maintainable than it had ever looked before. The transformation is done. There we are, said Mr. Tidy, wiping Jenkins' dust from his gloves. All finished, said Mr. Neat, closing the laptop with the last successful test glowing green. Tidy and neat, smiled Mr. Tidy, gesturing at the polished code base. Neat and tidy, nodded Mr. Neat, admiring the structured, fast loading site. The garden was green, the house was pristine, and the code base clean, fast, and predictable. The code was linted and formatted. Tests were all passing, unit, functional, and end-to-end. The CI/CD pipeline was running smoothly. Performance metrics were clean and optimized. Pages loaded in milliseconds. Mr. Messi looked around at the stable site and readable code and clean structure, and for once in his messy life, just didn't know what to say. Intermission from story to structure. Mr. Messi's transformation is underway, but what did neat and tidy actually use to clean things up? Let's step backstage and look at the engineering magic. The linters, the testers, tracers, and automation. PHP linting and static code analysis, what it does. Analyzes PHP code for type issues, undefined methods, unreachable code. Prevents silent runtime failures, sloppy untyped legacy code. Why is it good? Catches bugs early, makes your PHP code safe, testable, and easier to refactor. Here's an example where we set the level of PHP stand to its lowest, so we don't have so many. Undefined property name will be found by PHP stand at this level, and correct property name will be set to display name instead of full name. No return types, so type safety will become also very important for the renovator, which was mentioned in the previous talks. Fusion linting, what it does. Enforces Fusion best practices, prevents inconsistent Fusion files, presentational components being misused or non-reusable. Why is it good? Cleaner templates, fewer rendering surprises, better collaboration on front ends. Here's an example of a rule we follow. So an code-based presentational component should not access the node and should always be reusable. Here we see a button file being parsed, and there's an error because the presentational prototype is of type Neos content collection, but has to be inherited from Neos Fusion component to make it fully reusable and doesn't access the node. And we see here then the prototype itself. Then YAML linting, Schemann's core. What it does, validates your validates your node types and setting configs, prevents invalid child node names, broken help messages, rendering bugs. Why is it good? Ensures structure and predictability, making editor UI work as intended. Child nodes like this one, he'll say nope. And the help message here, which is valid YAML, but in Neos this won't render, so he catches this also. Very helpful. HTML Fusion snapshot testing. What it does, captures output templates to detect unexpected changes, prevents UI drift, layout silently breaking. Why is it good? Makes Fusion rendering predictable, confidence in visual stability. There's a really cool tool which we use, Shuffle Snapshot. Here's a definition. For those of you who know Monocle, should be familiar. We can set a snapshot, send the props through, and also send a variant with target blank as prop set, and beneath we see the snapshot which will be generated for both cases. Unit tests in PHP. Test logic in isolation, prevents logic bugs, breaking core functionality without knowing. Why is it good? Fast feedback, easier to refactor safely. Here's a job offer API, which we then send them arguments to a job offer, and we want to check that the input values are the same as the expected values. Down here, we do the laser assert then, and a simple unit test is always good. Functional tests, PHP and Fusion. What it does, tests how backend logic affects page rendering, prevents pages from failing silently, bad rendering after content creation. Why is it good? Confidence that content flows correctly, catches schema versus output matches. Here's an example. Up here, we do a little bit of setup with our root fusion, the node structure as our fixture, and the notepad context here, our site. And now we create a section headline minimal. The section headline minimal node, we create it with properties. We set the node types, the node name, his properties, give him his parent path. And here we render the node with a simulating renderer of his current node path and the section headline minimal node. And down here, we can check what we set up here, which are values then in the node type itself. and we assert if the string contains my headline, my subline, and my preline, which is really helpful. End-to-end tests. What it does. Simulates real user flow, logs into a CMS, creates content, and verifies if it's live, prevents critical workflows from breaking after deployment, UI consistencies across browsers and environments. Why is it good? Catches regression before your users do. Tests full flow, login, content, publish, front end. Validates things unit and function tests can't reach. Here's an example. So we set our scenario, and then we call our CMS, and fill out this end-to-end test, publish blog article, which then proceeds to log into the CMS, go to the blog section, create a new blog, fill in the blog detail articles, publish it, and then call the blog website with the new article to ensure it's there. Performance, fusion tracing, and debugging. What it does: visualizes rendering paths and bottlenecks, prevents slow pages due to hidden fusion complexity, rendering loops, or expensive queries. Why is it good? Optimizes what actually matters, improves the user and editor experience. Some pictures, finally. Here's the tracing tool. It gives you a visualization of a flame graph of the rendering process of your page node. We call it prototype in this phase. And here we can identify with some really good looking where the bottlenecks are, where the rendering is in the horizontal and vertical scale are here to consider. A really cool tool. I can definitely say it has helped. The debug tool, this got a revamp. This is pretty cool. We also see the rendering time, inspect the elements then on the page, and we also see here the number of queries and which are slow, and of course here cache, hits, misses, uncached, all that wonderful caching stuff. A really nifty tool, helps with performance. CI/CD automation. Could be a talk on its own. There is also a great talk here at the NASCON a few years back. It was fantastic by Christopher Hubeck, I think. What it does: automate test and deployment pipelines, prevents manual errors, unreviewed code going online. Why is it good? Reliable builds, quality delivery, test, linting, deploy with confidence. So here's a setup file for Jenkins. We have our stages, and each stage will refer to what we want. PHP linting, Fusion linting, YAML linting, static checks are all a go. Snapshot tests, our unit tests, then our functional tests, and our end-to-end tests run. Then we do some performance checking, and then we deploy or fail fast. That's pretty nifty. Again, another image for the people who don't like text. Again, we see our pipeline here. We have the static checks here all, and then he runs through the steps of unit, functional, end-to-end, performance, and then the deploy or fail fast. So, future tools or ideas. The journey continues, right? It can keep going. Fusion Static Code Analyzer. Oh, I wish I had one of these. Advanced tooling for scanning and analyzing Fusion templates to identify potential problems before they hit production. Be a use case. Prototype analysis for Fusion, exploring prototypes being used across the project to detect dead code or unused components, and for clarity. This would be also a really cool tool. Performance and profile and performance insights, generating detailed performance reports, highlighting the slowest pages or the slowest components to prioritize optimizing with precision. Then query sandbox for the content repository. We're still in 8. We'll call it something else next year, hopefully. Running advanced queries like QNode, parent, filter, or even something more complicated, which takes quite some time, similar to a Jira JQL. query language for real-time metrics to see how fast or how slow this is, and to get a structural analysis where it's being slow on the selection. Then Sheriff for Naos. For those of you who don't know Sheriff, it's a dependency checker between modules, which is used in mono repos for the JavaScript world. It's a really cool tool. It checks that interdependent modules don't inherit from one another. And because we have many, many, many packages, and also custom packages, the dependencies are, of course, very difficult to keep track of, and yeah, would be a cool tool. So, the story continues. I hope we haven't forgot Mr. Messy. Mr. Messy has come a long way, but the job wasn't done yet. There's still things to clean up, polish, and one more transformation to complete. The final bug, Mr. Messy himself. Mr. Messy just didn't know what to say. The project was clean, the sites were fast, the logs were quiet. Then Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy turned and looked at him. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Mr. Neat asked, adjusting his fusion linter. Precisely, replied Mr. Tidy, glancing at his PHP rule set. They both turned to Mr. Messy. What we're both thinking, they said together, is that you look much too messy to live in a neat and tidy code base like this. Mr. Messy's eyes widened. But, he said, clutching his old habits, what about my quick fixes? Or my random commits? Or my late night hot patches? The developer refactor, Mr. Messy gets cleaned. But whatever Mr. Messy said was no use. Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy whisked him off to the bathroom upstairs, once the messiest room in the house, now spotless thanks to clean configs and automated tests. Then Mr. Neat grabbed one arm holding a manual deploy script, and Mr. Tidy grabbed the other, clutching a sack of unchecked to-dos, and dropped them straight into the bath. When in went the linters, out came the unit tests, and followed by a good scrub of CI/CD best practices. Mr. Messy wasn't used to having baths or writing clean, testable code. Transformation complete. A new Mr. Messy. Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy washed and brushed and cleaned and scrubbed and combed and linted until Mr. Messy didn't look messy at all. In fact, he looked the opposite of Mr. Messy. The code was cleared, the commits were clean, the tests were green. He stared at himself in the mirror, eyes wide. Do you know what I'm going to have to do now? He said in a rather fierce voice. Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy froze. Have they pushed him too far? Was he about to revert to main without review? Oh dear. A new name and a new way of work. What are you going to have to do now? They asked Mr. Messy. I'm going to have to change my name, said Mr. Messy. And then he chuckled. And then Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy chuckled. And then Mr. Messy laughed. And then Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy laughed. And they all laughed and became best of friends. And that's really the end of the story, except to say that if you're a messy sort of person, you might get a visit from two people, Mr. Neat and Mr. Tidy, who will help you clean up your code and your workflows. Running on Naos. So just a quick overview of what we're using by one-on-one. So we have our customer portals, and here's the list. The main website where you can find the coolest one-on-one products. The DSL portal where you can get all your internet sorted in a snap. Mobile portal where your on-the-go communication is always covered. The customer login where you can find you. Company info where you can discover what makes us tick. Careers where you can find your next adventure with us. And the partner program, the Profi Seller, where you can join our partner fun. thank you from me. It was a pleasure having your time and attention, and I hope this story motivated you to, not be Mr. Messy. I was Mr. Messy sometimes, maybe. So I'm going to take this message: stay neat, stay tidy, and ship clean code.
Thank you so much. I'm flying solo now, so I have a fewer hands than normal.
No problem.
I would like to present you with this NEOS N DIY kit that you guys can buy too.
Oh, wow.
Have fun
Thank
with
you.
the kids, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Quite young.
Apparently, I heard it's super easy to build. And
Difficulty level 1 star.
see?
I'm already nervous.
And your honey, while I
wow.
pull out my phone for all of the questions.
Oh, wow.
While I'm pulling up the questions, I'm unsure whether I would like the two of them to come and visit me because they sound as menacing as Duo from the Duolingo app. Almost afraid, but also maybe I could use a little
Maybe a bit more
unmessification.
Mr. Messy or Mr. Men stories. They're great.
Adrian asks, should all tool... Oh, by the way, thank you for adding your name to the question. Well done. Well done following the rules. Should all tools be used to improve code or only some of them?
From experience and also from personal, I would recommend using it where it makes the most sense, right? Like as Robert said, it depends, but I would definitely try to use all of them and then discover where it makes sense. Was my approach. I said, okay, I know this tool exists, I'll use it, I'll put it into our development cycle and see the feedback loop, right? So, and then I noticed in a lot of instances, we made the CI/CD pipeline even slower then because he's checking all the stuff, doing all that and whatnot, and then you're just waiting for this to finish. Then I suppose I would try to use as much as you can in the development cycle, on the integrational test cycle, so when it goes to the CD, maybe only just limit it down to what's actually really needed, and then, scale it to your preferences.
But there's, like, the questions just keep coming in.
Oh, wow, okay.
Johannes asks, thank you, Johannes, what benefit would you see in continuous profiling for PHP and NEOS in terms of code quality and performance?
A great question. On the slide, I think I remember when I wrote it, I was thinking like, what would have helped me really like find what would be slow? And in such a large NEOS ecosystem, which we have in our shop like over 4,000 pages with I don't know how many components, and to have like precision in these cases would be fantastic. And I hope that like the tracer is really cool. Also, this debugging tool. These are great tools which have helped. And to go for future preferences, it would be kind of cool to have this, maybe, more tools like that would be really nice.
Jesus Christ, more questions.
Oh God.
I should stop refreshing. What does the Fusion linter? How does the Fusion linter know if a prototype is presentational?
Great question. So,
no name.
No, well, it doesn't matter. Unknown humanoid. So how does it know? This tool which we use, which I can say is this NEOS code styler, is from the NEOS community, so kudos. And we use it to write our own rules. So you can write your own rules. Takes a little bit of practice, I won't lie, right? You're dealing with tokens. And you can write your own rules to say, hey, we want to follow this. And the example I gave where we said, hey, we want to have only presentational components, have this, and we can write then the rule to check what is for us a presentation component, and we have only in our presentational components, or should have only, no node query, right? Because if we do this, we might cause errors, and we write the rules accustomed that we can then fill them out. But it's a really cool tool, I can really say. Have a look at it.
Right, the flow of questions has died down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
When is a project big enough where testing becomes necessary? Asks someone anonymously.
Your first bug. I think maybe you shouldn't over-engineer it, right? So if it's something that you can rely on with just your simple standard practices with unit, functional, and the standard test portfolio, what Neos brings with it, with the flow packages and all the best practices which the community practice, I think this can be completely fine. And if you want to go the extra mile because you have a business need for it, then I'd say that gives you more the push to do it rather than saying, okay, we've reached critical mass and now we need to start thinking about what we can do about it.
Do you know who gave the talk on the Neos best practices in 2019?
I
still have
great
nightmares.
talker here.
I still have nightmares. Does Mr. Tidy actually possess a formatter for Fusion files that fixes, for instance, indentation, or does the linter actually include that?
Again, the first part of the question?
Does Mr. Tidy?
Does Mr. The Fusion file indentation.
We could follow up to the question asker if they hadn't remained anonymous.
Okay. Could you make it? Well, you don't need to. You can say anonymous. So I'm going to try and answer it, and if not, just approach me afterwards. So indentation. There. Okay.
Well, basically, what the question says, do you have a format for Fusion files, like Prettier, for example?
No. But
Rather than telling you.
Rather, sorry. No. Fantastic. Then no, we don't. This is kind of like. We define it in the editor config, in the ideas, and hope that nobody is using Notepad++. If you do, hey, all to your own, right? Vim for the win.
All right, down to two very important questions. Have you submitted your application to Roger Hargreaves for an internship or a children's book / IT education spinoff yet?
Oh, wow. Would love to. I'd have to go to his son, Adam, because I think Roger left us a few years back.
R.I.P.
Yeah, and the books are, of course, fantastic.
But his son is holding up the...
I would consider it. On my bucket list is to write a children's book. I haven't decided on like what, but...
And I think this question rounds off your talk really nicely. What's Mr. Messi's new name?
I'm going to leave that enclosed. Your own name, because we were all Mr. Messi at one point, right? So that would be kind of what I'd give.
You guys heard it. The lessons we learned were in our hearts all along.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
To tell you. So fantastic.
Well done.
So, good luck.
All right, before I allow you guys to leave this room, I don't have a clicker. Can somebody do the clicky thing for me? Super duper awesome, thank you. I promised I would be super annoying about this, so here I am being super duper annoying. We will be taking a group drone photo in about an hour-ish, somewhere. My slide says to do, wo. Someone didn't update those notes. How messy. So we'll figure that out. Just look out for me. I will probably be screaming at people to get to the place that has yet to be. Maybe somebody knows. Maybe nobody knows. Group drone photo, important, 1:30. Be there. And then, next slide, please. Thank you. I get to release you into the wild, lunch. If the sauna isn't hot enough for you, try the patio. It's a hellscape. And while you are lunching, mingling, talking, having fun, try to like ruminate in the back of your mind, what's the next big thing for Neos, and pin it on our board. That's another thing that I'm going to be super duper annoying about. All right, enjoy lunch. And vote, 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 vote. Jetzt hilfst du mir sogar schon auf Stage. Oh, ich bin noch an. Hui, ich bin noch an.
wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. Boy, you just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pulling leaves from the vine. Love me so or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I will call and I will plead. 'Cause love transcends every boundary. Oh, please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my wandering thoughts in please take me from this place. Please save me from this space. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head.
it up.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. With you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
enter my card. I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pulling leaves from the vine. Love me so or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I will call and I will plead. 'Cause love transcends every boundary. Oh, please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Wandering thoughts in my poisons. Clouds let me out. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. How was your spa experience, lunch break, and sauna together? Did you like it? Yeah. We have a very special guest now. We are going to welcome Christina Schneider here on stage. She has been in and around a topic used to be called web design in the old days. For around about 20 years, she has been organizing and bringing to life conferences like the CSSConf EU and organizing user groups like the Upfront user group in Berlin. And she is also a teacher at the University of Applied Sciences in Salzburg, which I'm very acquainted with. Please give a very special and warm applause in a second, because this is her first time here in the NEOS community, and we want to greet her very politely and welcome her. Please ask your questions in the app, and afterwards, please rate the talk, and enjoy. Christina, your applause.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And yeah, I just need a second to say thanks to this community. I was a bit nervous joining here and knowing almost no one, even Sebastian, who invited me. I'd never met in person before. But everyone is so super welcoming, and the organization is really top-notch. I rarely experience such good speaker preparation, and you're a really cool community to get to know. So thanks a lot. Applause for yourself, please. Hi, my name is Christina, and the reason I'm standing here is I want to bring to you 5 cool tricks doing with CSS that you maybe don't know yet. And also the reason I'm standing here is that I just really like CSS a lot. I've been doing this for, well, almost 2 decades, and since the beginning, since I first saw something appear in the browser after writing a few lines of code, the visual part, seeing my design ideas come to life on the internet, I don't know, it's still giving me a kick. I just really like this part of development. And I want to get to know you a little bit. Who can say the same about themselves? Who really likes CSS? Yeah, not bad at all, some hands. And be honest, who is kind of the opposite, who really hates, well, dislikes CSS? Yeah, expected that. Fair enough. We used to say, for sure, CSS can't do this, can't do that, but now it probably can. And in this talk, I really want to encourage you to start playing around with CSS again, even if you kind of have put it in the archives already, because there's such an interesting time now to learn CSS again. So there's my enthusiasm, but there are also some really hard, good reasons to use CSS. It is changing so quickly. In the last 3 years, we got more features, more additions to the language than in the 10 before that. And the new features are just dropping so fast, it's almost hard to keep up. And I hope even for the super experienced CSS coders among you, I have something new today. And by using CSS, we do what we should do as web developers, separation of concerns, the classic CSS for styling. It's just what it's best at, and we should always use the right tool for the job. Also, I truly believe, because that's kind of my story and also what I'm doing in my team, you can empower your designers to work directly in the medium that they're designing solutions for, the browser. And CSS is a declarative language that is somewhat easy enough to read and to pick up the basics of. So give your designers the power to contribute directly, or at least experiment by building real prototypes in the browser. And lastly, using CSS for some UI patterns these days can save you a lot of time. You can probably get rid of some JavaScript libraries and stop worrying maintaining external code. Also, accessibility features come for free when you use native solutions. You can stop worrying about building everything from scratch. You still have to test it, of course, though. For all of this, we have a name, the rule of least power. And that's something that was coined in the early days of the web by Tim Berners-Lee and others. And the simple idea behind it is, the less power a language has, the more reusable and accessible its outcome will be. So when CSS can solve something, we should probably use it. So as you'll see today, CSS might have become usable for some features where in the past your habit was to reach for JavaScript. So I think it's so much fun. The reason that CSS has become so much bigger in the last years is that the process behind developing and maintaining the language has gotten so much better. It is, of course, maintained by the W3C, which mainly means the main browser vendors, but also invited experts and actual coders who use CSS in their daily work. And one really cool outcome of this process is baseline. You might have noticed this around the web in the last 2 years. And what it is a simple system of badges that are designed to help us web developers to very quickly, at a glance, be able to make a call, can I use this feature in my project today, or is it not ready yet? So when you see orange, the feature has limited availability. It's not supported in all the browsers yet. But as soon as you see blue, or even green, the feature is there. All the core browser engines support it, and if it's green, even for 30 months already. You might have seen this around on MDN, for example. That's how they display it, or on caniuse.com. And this really saves us some time. Like, we don't have to do as much digging to determine if it's ready to be used. Throughout my talk, I will use those baseline badges as well to indicate if something's fine to use. And spoiler, most of the things are. So these are just some of the properties, values, new add rules that have landed in CSS in the recent years. We got things that we previously thought weren't possible, like container queries, grid, even subgrid. We have math functions now in CSS, and we have if statements coming. They're being discussed right now. The things I'll focus on today are these. And I'll walk you through 5 examples to make this a bit less abstract. First, I'll show you a quick trick for instantly better typography, and then we'll look at cool stuff we can do with color in CSS. Probably my favorite topic, the parent selector, the has pseudo class, and what we can do with that. Number 4, we'll look at the new popover API and how to position popovers. And lastly, we'll also learn how to transition them in a really easy way. So let's hear about it. I promised a typography improvement, and who's a typography nerd? Anyone? Nice. And those who didn't raise their hand or make a sound, you probably have some typography friends who bug you about not doing something like this, because this heading, that's not great typography. We have those 2 long lines, and then this really short one. It's a detail, but it doesn't look balanced. That's not very elegant. And we can do better. So the reason it looks like this is that's how our browsers work by default. When the text hits the edge of the container, it just wraps to the next line. And then stuff like this can happen. So when we get a designer complaining about this, usually we would explain, well, browsers don't work that way. It's not in design. Just deal with it. Except we have a new tool now. The balance value on the text wrap property. It's just one cheap, super quickly added line, and you have instantly a more sophisticated look for a big, bold display copy. Keep in mind, though, this is computationally expensive for the browser to figure out how to balance your lines. And it only works for 6 in Chrome and Edge and up to 10 lines in Firefox, and don't use it everywhere. You can actually, the browser won't let you. You can only use it on short copy, a heading, a block quote, maybe. Okay, think of your designer friends again. Again, what's wrong with this? Yeah, I think some of you are spotting the sad, lonely word on the last line, a so-called orphan, which again is not very elegant. And for that, we're getting something new as well. The pretty value. Easy to remember, right? So it's a tiny fix, but actually this can do more. So I have an English example here, but what pretty does as well is it avoids overly hyphenated blocks of text, more important in German, for example. And it can also fix those so-called typographic rivers, which you might get on a justified block of text. So pretty useful. And you might even consider adding this to your reset style sheet for instantly better typography on longer bits of text. Balance has landed a while ago everywhere. It's ready to be used. Pretty isn't quite there yet. Not there yet in Firefox, and Safari only has it in a nightly preview, which I think is fine because that's a great example for progressive enhancement. If the text is not perfect yet, well, we'll just wait. The browsers will catch up. Let's talk about color and look at some nice colors. You probably are all working a lot with themes. And one expectation in the world of color theming in the recent years has become that we respect the user's preferences and react to their preference on the color scheme, on the light and dark mode. So I'll walk you through this easy example here to see how we can implement this really easily. Nothing special here, headings, paragraphs, some inputs, and a button. So let's look at this with some CSS code on the side. By the way, if this selector, :root, looks unfamiliar to you, what this does here for my page is basically the same as selecting the HTML element. However, maybe I might not be styling a page, but a component. And then root also selects the outermost element here. And I want, of course, the color scheme be applied to everything. So that's why it's a best practice to put the color scheme and also variables into the root selector. Now, let's switch to a dark color scheme. And there it is. My site is perfectly flipped to a dark color scheme. Well, why is it happening? Well, our browser actually supports dark and light mode out of the box. Unless I declare my own colors, the browser uses just its own user agent styles, and we have a dark theme supported. Now, flipping back to light mode, this is normally, of course, not what we want because, well, we work with the design. We have some brand colors. Black and white usually isn't enough. So let's put some colors in variables here. Again, a new-ish CSS syntax, the double-dash syntax. We call them CSS variables, though the proper name are custom properties. And we can use them to store, for example, colors. Really handy, again, on the root selector. I'm not seeing a change yet because I'm not using them, so let's do that. And it's subtle on the projector, but I think you can see my lavender purple color scheme come to life. So one thing that still bugs me are those default blue colors I see on the inputs here on the checkbox and the range input. That's a clash. Luckily, we can fix that with one easy line of CSS2. The accent color property styles exactly those accents in input elements. And just like that, I have a nice, consistent color scheme everywhere. So now when I switch back to dark mode, nothing happens. Well, makes sense. I just declared my own colors, and the browser's not going to overwrite them. So let's zoom in on these variables. There's a really useful new function in CSS called the light-dark function. And it goes like this. You provide two values. The first one styles the variable, or well, the first one styles your color for light mode, and the second for dark mode. Let's do the same on my background and my link color and see what it does to my UI. There we go. I have now defined my own custom dark mode in very few lines of CSS. I think that's pretty cool. Flipping back to light mode, still works. And back to dark mode. So the light-dark function really simplifies our theme logic and brings it down to very few lines of CSS. In the past, we had to do at least something with media queries and duplicate our declarations of color variables, and this is just so much more compact. And it is available in all the browsers. You can start using this. I also showed you the accent color, which hasn't landed yet in Safari, but again, I think that's all right. It's a progressive enhancement that we can wait for. So coming back to our color theme, I'm not quite happy yet with the button. Let's zoom in on this. It's not interactive. If the user hovers, there's no hover color, so let's style that. Again, a little bit of new-ish syntactic sugar in CSS. We can do nesting. This is not SCSS or some other preprocessor. It is actually CSS, and nesting just works in all the browsers. And a little accessibility tip, I just have the habit of always styling focus when I style hover. I recommend that, then you don't forget about it. And keyboard users also get indication of what's happening. So I hardcode a darker purple, indigo, and it works. There's my hover state. So let's be a bit smarter here and also move this into a variable. But if I continue like this, I'll end up with quite an extensive color scheme. I can declare a million hover colors, focus, focus within colors, and so on. Let's see if we can be a bit more frugal with our variables here. And we can with the color mix function. So color mix basically works like the name says. It's like mixing colors on a palette for a painting. And I start with the base color I want to mix on. In this case, the link color, which is the background of the button. Now I add my second color. I want to make it a bit darker, so I mix in 40% black. And to make it actually come together, I have to tell it in which color space to mix it in. There we go. And we can get creative here. We can mix other colors for maybe a really standout popping hover color like this bright red pink. Back to black for now. Still works. I want to be a bit smarter here too and not hard-code my black color. Instead, I'm going to use the color text, which happens to be also black in the light mode. And this unlocks something really powerful. Now this is fully dynamic. And usually we have more than just one button style. Let's say I have a green button as well. And I just swap out one value here in the variable. And it just works. Let's see it. There we go. And my favorite part, dark mode works as well. Because I'm referring to the text color, which in dark mode is brighter, the hover effect works as well. So I have a really short set of some base colors. And what this allows me to do is build my entire color theme based on very few base colors. I really like this because it makes sure my color theme is coherent and really refers back to the basic colors of my brand. The color mix color is also landed in all the browsers, so you can start playing around with it right now. And these neat visualizations of showing you which colors are being mixed to what percentage are actually shown in your DevTools too, which is really helpful. And that's not the only color function we have available now. Another really nice one is mixing relative colors in a color space directly. Like right here, I'm doing it in the HSL color, hue, saturation, lightness. And I can calculate on the individual values of a color. So what I'm doing here is I want a slightly brighter pink. No, actually a slightly darker pink. So I'm subtracting a bit from the L, the lightness of the color. And that's what I get. I can do that on other values as well, like H, the hue, and get a completely different color because I rotate through the color wheel. And that's where we land, on a bright green. Something that is not yet ready, but I'm super excited for it, is the contrast color function. This is a use case I have all the time because we're providing a white label app, so customers can put in any kind of color, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. And then I have to figure out a way to put a contrast color on the button that is legible for everyone. Contrast color in the future will do this for us. So we just put in the button background color, and it will return, in this case, white or black. Unfortunately, that's not there yet, but it's being very actively developed. So I hope we'll see this come to life very soon. And I think now is a good time to look at colors and talk about color contrast, because who knows what happens on June 28 quite soon? I know Katrin does. Thank you. Mostly I wanted to put this beautiful German word of Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz on a slide. It's Barrierefreiheitsgesetz in Austria. And in both countries, this will come into force in just a few days. And color contrast is one of the main issues that we as developers are responsible for and can fix quite easily. So these color functions might be of help. Okay, let's move on to topic number 3, probably my favorite, the has selector, which allows us to style parent elements. When we learned CSS, something quite basic about selecting elements is what we learned probably immediately. You cannot go up. You can select an element, its siblings, or its ancestors, but not the other way around. You cannot go up the tree. Except that is changing. Let's look at an example that I'm sure you're familiar with, form validation, and giving visual feedback to the user. So what we're doing today, like here, the user enters an email. It's not actually an email. Well, the input gets a visual indication that it's not valid. But maybe your designer suggests, or maybe usability just makes that necessary because your form might be really long and you want to make sure the error is still visible, you might want to highlight the entire form. but it's the parent. It doesn't know anything about what's happening with its children. So how do we do that? Let's understand the anatomy real quick before I go into the CSS. We have a form here with a label, an input, and a button. So that's the parent-children relationship here. And this is what we would do to style an invalid input element. By the way, we can use something that we just learned here to make it pop even more and give a subtle shading of the red here by mixing the color. Just take your error color and tone it down with a bit of, well, actually a lot of transparency right here. Okay, now we want to style the wrapping form though. How do we do that? We start by selecting the subject, the form, the thing that we want to style. And now the hair selector comes into play. And the cool thing about the hair selector, it almost is human readable, or very intuitive. The form has an invalid input. And that's when you can style it. That's when the style applies. I really like how natural this kind of reads. It makes a complex selector, for me at least, quite easy to understand. So instantly we have a bit better usability, the user has good orientation, and what I really like, I don't have to toggle on and off classes using JavaScript. I think that's a big win. Thank you. So we can do so many cool things with the hair selector, and it's really changing the way how CSS authors think about their architecture, how to structure selectors. And I just want to really briefly show you some other ideas. So here I have a figure element, and inside I have an image, could actually also be an SVG or whatever. You can list elements that the hair selector is listening for, and it should have a nice border. However, maybe your figure has code inside and you want to style it completely different depending on its content. And that's all you have to do now. Just check if there's code inside the figure. And probably my favorite example, you can build an entire light-dark mode toggle using just the hair selector. So what I want to do here, I want to style the root with a dark color scheme if it has a checkbox with the ID dark that is checked. I love this. Thank you. So these are exactly these little details that empower your designers. They can do this to quickly build a prototype, including a dark light mode with very few lines. And they don't have to learn JavaScript and deal with all its complexity and all its power. So I think HAS is such a big deal because it enables us to build these dynamic state-based UIs without dealing with toggling classes on and off. And by doing that, we get a bit closer to true separation of concerns. The styling logic remains contained where it belongs in the style sheet. The great news, this has been available for a really long time. It has shipped in all the browsers in December 2023. And I'm using this in production today. So I encourage you to also try it out. It really messes with your brain for a moment and then changes how you write CSS forever. Now let's look at something equally impactful, the Popover API. Popovers are everywhere in our UI. That's an example from the product I'm working on. And my colleague is asking for feedback with the product here. Let's actually give him a good vote, mess up our stats. Another popover is in this little customer feedback chat bubble that you've probably seen before. More popovers show up in small account menus. You have select lists that have popovers. Popovers are really everywhere, and I'm sure you've encountered them. And then you have to think about focus management. You have to toggle visibility on and off. You have to make sure the screen reader also knows about the popover showing up, and this all gets quite tricky and involved. But now we have the Popover API, and we can do all of this using only HTML. I'll show you how. Let's look at this example where we have a simple copy to clipboard button, and we get a little popover confirmation that it's copied. So first, we build our button. So far, so easy. And our popover is just a simple div with the text copied and an icon. So to initialize the popover, we add the popover attribute. So it disappears because the default state of the popover is it's not on the page, it's hidden. Let's also give it an ID so we can address it. And here comes the last magic bit. The new popover target on the button, and it targets the tooltip. And that's all you need to do to make this work. I think that's really quite brilliant. It has never been so easy. And we haven't even used CSS yet. What this does for us, we don't have to worry about z-index problems anymore. Who's written z-index 999 at some point? Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. What popovers do, they are put into a new concept in the DOM, the top layer. That's a layer that's like adjacent to the body, and it doesn't interfere with any other elements in the body, no matter what their z-index is. So even 999 will be topped by a popover. And that's really nice to stop worrying about that. Also, it comes with some cool default actions. If I click outside of the popover, it'll light dismiss. If I hit escape, the same happens. I don't have to build this myself. User focus is also controlled. So as soon as this opens, the focus is in there, which means the popover API is more powerful than just little tooltips. You can make an entire dialog like this or a complex menu. So great accessibility wins built in. The popover attribute is ready to be used. Now, you might have noticed I cleverly positioned the button right below the center of the page, because by default, the popover opens in the center. And that's often not what we want. In this case, the tooltip should be connected to the thing that triggers it. So let's see how we can improve this, because what we want is something like that. So here I dive into CSS. And I have to make these two elements know about each other. And that's where I use a brand new CSS property, anchor name. That will be my anchor now. And I give it a freely chosen name. The only thing you have to take care of is stick to this dash dash syntax here. Now the tooltip gets told who is its position anchor. Well, the copy button that we just named. And now they're connected, they're tethered to each other. And we can start moving it around. To do that, first we have to absolute position it, and just for good measure, I take off any margins and any insets, which means top, right, left, and so on, to remove any other default styling that comes from the browser. And now, I move it to the center of its anchor by setting its left to the center of the anchor. That's new, but kind of makes sense. Also, I want to move it closer to the button, so I attach the bottom of my popover to the top of my anchor. It's not actually centered yet, so I use an old CSS trick. I translated 50% to the side. Now it's centered. And I also gave it a bit of margin on the block axis, so it's not glued to the button. I know that's a lot, so let's look at the anchors and where they are in detail real quick. So I have a top, a center, and a bottom anchor on the block axis of my anchor. And I have the same left, center, right on the inline axis. And that means I can now freely tie my tooltip to any position of the anchor. I think that's pretty neat. Okay, now unfortunately, it gets more complicated. If my button is in a stupid position like this, well, then the anchor gets cut off, and I can't read it anymore. And believe it or not, CSS solves that for us now. The new thing we're getting is called position try fallbacks. And you can define fallbacks for your anchor positioned element. And there are some ready-to-go properties like flip block. Let's see how that works. It just flips on the block axis and tries out the next available spot. And this one line is all you have to do. You probably remember the JavaScript you had to debug in the previous times to do this. I love this. I ran into rabbit holes doing this with JavaScript. So if you now move it around and the space on top becomes available again, that's where your popover switches to. By the way, I keep talking about block and inline axis. These are just the left-right agnostic terms to speak about the reading direction that's relevant for the language we're talking about. So these are the available ways to define fallbacks. We have flip block, flip inline, flip start is actually the combination of both of these properties, and I can define my custom property locations as well in case you want to do something wild and position it completely different. And you can combine them. In that case, the browser will just go through all the fallbacks. If you want 10 fallbacks, you can do that. Now, anchor positioning isn't quite ready yet. It's there in Chromium, but not in Firefox and also not in Safari. However, it is on the list to be finished as part of the interop agreement between all the browser vendors, which means they're actively working on it, and we can expect this to be shipped by the end of the year. Position try fallbacks has the same issue. However, this is the future. This is how things will work. And I think it's time that we start questioning our habits of reaching for JavaScript to solve problems like that. So I recommend to try playing with this today. And here's a really good polyfill maintained by Miriam Suzanne of Oddbirds. She's providing a lot of polyfills for future CSS properties. So it works really well. Try it out today and try breaking your JavaScript habits. The last quick bit is how to make this really smooth. Because something is not quite right yet about our little pop-up here. It just flips in and out really harshly. And I want something more sophisticated. Let's make it fade in and out and disappear to the top. Should be easy, right? We have CSS transitions. So I would expect something like this to work. Except it doesn't. I have to allow discrete animations first. And what does that mean? The popover API, as we saw earlier, displays the popover into the top layer, and with display none takes it out again. And display has an animation type of discrete, which basically means it's kind of binary. It's on or off. It's displayed or not. So what should the browser do with that? It would know how to animate between these states, right? So as soon as display is part of any transition, all the other transitions will be canceled out. In case you've run into this before, anyone? Yeah, me too, definitely. It's been driving me wild. So let's see what this allow discrete does now. Let's add opacity and give it a default state of opacity 0. It's not visible. And when the popover is open, which you can address with this new pseudo class, popover open, give it a full opacity, so it's there. The animation didn't run. Anyway, it is only working in one direction like this. It smoothly fades out now, but then pops in right away. So for some reason, my initial transition was only working in one direction. And that's why we have to add this new at rule, at starting style. The reason that it wasn't working before is the popover doesn't know where to start from, how to enter the stage, so to say. And the starting style fixes that. Let's see. There we go. It fades in and out. Quite nice. Now the last bit of extra fun. Let's make it slide using the translate property. You only have to care about the second value here. The -50 was just to center it. On the y-axis, I tell it to start a little bit below its final position at 0, and then slide out to minus. Let's see it. There we have it. Our final popover, animated. In real life, you probably want to do this a bit faster. Like, we don't want our users to fall asleep. That was just so slow for the demo. That was kind of a lot. I see some confused faces, so let's walk through this real quick again. I start by setting up my transition and make sure it allows for discrete. Then I kind of start at the bottom when writing this. I define where the popover is coming in from, how it gets on the stage. Then I style how it is on stage. It gets presentation moment, and then I tell it how to go out. And that's really all that's needed to do a quite nice and pretty looking transition. Transition behavior, allow discrete, is ready to be used. You can start playing around with it. And so is at starting style. Let's very quickly remind ourselves of what we looked at today. I shared this little one-liner for instantly improved typography. We looked at colors and dark light mode theming, and then we got to meet the parent selector, has. And in the last few minutes, we talked about popover, how to position it, and how to transition it. By doing all of this in CSS only, we get free accessibility features ready for us. We only have to make sure they actually work and not skip the testing, of course, but we don't have to build them from scratch. Modern CSS also can empower your team to contribute in the medium where the UI is happening, which can be so helpful and better tie your dev and design team together. And lastly, it's a huge time saver. I'm really glad I can use all of these things today and can get rid of so many third-party libraries and stop dealing with more complexity from a more powerful language. So this really brings us closer to that founding principle of the web. Use the least powerful language, because those not so powerful tools might actually be the most flexible, really robust, and just really good at their job. I think CSS is awesome. So, thank you.
What a great talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You did amaze. I saw Mark Henry sitting there completely in awe, like it seems to solve a lot of his problems. He was... Yeah.
Right?
Well, thanks a lot. We got some questions for you.
Cool.
One of them being, can the light dark option be used to offer a high contrast mode to the user in the sense of the Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz?
Sorry, say the last part again.
Can the light dark option be used to offer a high contrast mode to the user in the sense of the new law, Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz?
Got it. So the light dark function only supports those two values and only reacts to the light dark mode. I think that might be referring to the user preference of high contrast. And there is a media query where you can target that preference specifically, but the function doesn't cover it. So you can definitely support it by authoring a separate set of colors for high contrast, but you still have to use a media query.
Thank you. What's your opinion on focus versus focus visible?
Yeah, good question. I used focus to not bring in yet another concept, but focus visible is super cool. There's this annoying bit that you probably all know as well, where you click on a button and it gets the blue outline, which for a click device you don't need, you don't want that. That usually looks ugly. But if you tap through the page, you definitely want a very visible outline. And focus visible targets only when the user is actually tabbing through the page. So focus visible, super useful pseudo class. Definitely use it.
Perfect. Next one combines two of my favorite features you called here is, can you nest has?
You can definitely nest it inside a selector. I don't think you can have a has inside a has. I have to try this out. What you can do is you can chain has. So you can, for example, do has not and check for the negative. So you can do cool stuff like kind of a complementary pair of selectors. Something has not. But yeah, good question. I'll double check that.
Perfect. And then one last question here. Are CSS frameworks still gonna be needed, or are they gonna become obsolete?
Yeah, I've been wondering that for a long time. I'm actually not a huge user of frameworks because the project I've been working on has been the same for many years, and by now it's pretty much all written from scratch. And sometimes I wish that wasn't the case, so I wouldn't have to do everything myself. As CSS gets more powerful, it also gets more complex, and I think frameworks can be super helpful to take some of the work in building these complex CSS functions. So yeah, I think there's probably going to be a place, and frameworks like Tailwind have been super popular, and I use them too for small projects, and yeah, I think it's fine to use them. don't think they're going away.
Perfect. So if we have time for another one or two questions, we've got plenty of them.
I see a hand against the light.
Yeah. So the question is, let me just repeat, if the has selector only targets itself or also the children?
Yeah. So I wouldn't say target, but what it selects is always the element you want to style. Like if you remember the example, you select the form because that's where you want to see your styles applied. But the selector only matches if there is the element inside. Does that make sense? So the element inside will not be styled. That's just the thing you're listening to, that you're looking out for. Is it there or not?
If the form itself has a class invalid,
Mm-hmm.
you check for has.invalid, it doesn't take the form to.
Yeah, exactly. In that case, if you have the class, sorry, I'll repeat.
Yeah.
So if the form also has the class invalid, and you put that into has, then that's not going to work. What this would do is see if a children has the class invalid.
Very good, very good. For other questions that haven't been answered so far, please approach Christina directly after the talk. I think you'll be happy to talk to everyone here. There's a lot of things to know. It was a great talk. Thank you very, very much. We also got a present for you, of course. Let me grab that. Which is the honey.
Thank you. I was hoping for the N.
Of course, in the N.
Thanks so much. I really love this. I'm definitely going to bring this home and enjoy this. So thanks so much for having me. So
Absolutely. So we'll have a small break now. Afterwards, we'll have on this stage Roland and Felix talking about letting editors go wild. And on studio stage, we have Eric with Kiss Search. And in case anyone wants some ice cream popsicle, drop by at the Format D booth and you'll grab some. Don't forget to rate the talk. Thank you.
Choke it up.
Thank you, Jan and Klaus. Well, on the stage already, Felix and Roland from Vienna, Austria. Great that you're here. I already mentioned last year he's got a certain hobby. He's a hobby accountant. So that was he doing in his leisure time. And you see of course, the talk has something to do with Neos and AI, in this case, AI agents. And Roland is the one, the devil's advocate, that has been talking about AI for the past at least 2 years everywhere, and being like the one who really wants it to integrate into Neos and being very aware of it. And now we're here, and welcome. Stage is yours. Please don't forget to rate the talk and ask questions.
So I know what some of you might be already thinking, oh no, yet another AI talk. And I know the hype is quite exhausting. Seeing past the hype, I'm very convinced that AI is useful. And I'm not saying in any way that AI is living up to the hype. I'm saying AI is a utility, and independent of the hype, we can make really interesting, cool things with it. There's a concept called time capsule, which I like to do. The basic idea is you're trying to predict what will happen in the next half year, in the next year, in the next 2 years, and then you put it away, and then a year later you see how right or wrong you are. And it's a really humbling thing to do, because after doing it a few times, you notice how often you're wrong, and you can tell yourself a story like, oh, I actually didn't know everything yet. It turns out it was very different. I had many of these with the AI, and I remember last year, together with a colleague, we tried to build a voice-based AI agent. We got semi-good results. The latency was way too long, and I thought it will take at least a year till that works. It seemed very far off, and then 3 months later, ChatGPT Advanced Voice came out, and I was totally surprised how fast things were changing. I had a similar thing last November, where it felt like the AI advances are slowing down, and I was kind of like believing into the, oh, it will slow down thing. And then O1 Pro came out, and I bought a $200 per month thing, so I had to use it to get use of it. And I really got in the habit of finding cases where it's helpful, and it's just another level of reliability. So again, I was surprised how fast things can change. And for a long time, I was like, oh, I don't trust AI coding. It seems not really useful. And then in February, a friend of mine got me to actually try it. And I did a weekend project where on the weekend project, my goal was to not code one line, but always tell, in my case, cursor via voice mode, what it has to do and where it should change the file and what error I have. And after doing that a few hours, it actually didn't feel so weird anymore, and it kind of clicked to me that there's some value there. So how many of you are like often using Cursor or Windsurf, just to get a feeling? All right, a few. Try it on a weekend project. Try to build something new. Try to explain exactly what you want, and see. Try it out. It was interesting for me. And I heard a similar story last week from the creator of Tailwind that also had this experience of like, oh, I don't know, I can write Tailwind code myself. And then they're like, oh, actually, it's an interesting combination. So the Cursor UI looks like this. And the idea is you tell it what you want, and it searches through files. It tries to understand your context and proposes changes. So similar like a Git commit or like a pull request, and then you approve or you decline. And the interesting thing, in the last few months, the tool didn't get better by having better frontier models. but the biggest changes were actually engineering. Building feedback loops, so if there's a TypeScript type error, that the LLM knows about it and can fix it. Looking up libraries and things like that. So actually it's changing, and at this point, engineering becomes more important than just the frontier models. If you build a good system around it, you can get more reliable results, which is actually good for us because that's what we like to do. So I'm really sure that there will be something like this for CMS. I think there will be a cursor or a windsurf of CMS, and the question is not if it will come, but the question is who will build it. But there are also many things that fail. And I think one good example here is the Gmail Help Me Write. The basic idea is when you're starting in your Gmail inbox and you want to write an email, you can create a prompt to write an email. So this is an example from Pete Kuman, where he says like, oh, hey, let my boss know that my daughter woke up with the flu this morning and that I won't be able to come in the office today. And then it rewrites it to something really weird, like, oh, I'm writing you to inform you that my daughter woke up. This is probably not the way you write with your boss or your colleagues, and it's a very generic thing. And he's saying in his article, he would just say, hey, Gary, my daughter woke up with the flu, so I won't make it today. So there are multiple problems. The one is, it doesn't write it all like you want, but the bigger problem, actually the prompt was longer than the actual end result. So there's not really any valuable in this thing here, even though I'm sure that there are great engineers working at it, and they're using the flagship models from Gemini, which are really good models. But this is not the way it's supposed to be. And the main reason is probably they have a system prompt, something like this. Hey, you're a helpful email writing assistant responsible for writing emails on behalf of the user, follow the user's instruction, be very formal, in a business tone, try to be very serious and professional. And then you get these kind of weird emails. So the problem is it's a black box. There's this system prompt that's done by some kind of Google project manager, and you can't change it. You can't make it your own. So when you're building things, don't do this. Try to build things where the editor can choose the style, the tone, the words, to really make it theirs. AI agent is, at this point, mainly a marketing term. I wouldn't really try to even define it. The general idea is you have an LLM, and then you add tools, and you add your own content, and then it can do stuff more reliable. So it became way easier to create content, and you can create a lot of content really fast. So that causes a lot of pressure for editors to produce more and more content, and always to compete with the latest tweet from Elon Musk or some viral video. So it's really hard to stay relevant. And there are two ways how you can stay relevant. The one path is you just provide extreme high quality depth and excellence to what you're doing. So imagine you have a legendary software architect and he writes a book how to write the perfect software. It will be very helpful because there are very deep insights in it. But on the other hand, it can also be extremely valuable if it's personalized. So imagine you just get a good software architect, but he takes a look at all your code from the last year, he reviews all the work you've done, and gives you very concrete examples where you could do better things. That would also be of huge value because it's personalized. And so the second step will be the place where a lot of things will happen, by trying to build more personalized experiences. And it will take a while till many people adopt. I remember for years that there was this, let me Google this site for you, for people who didn't learn yet how to use Google, and you just like send them the link to the Google results page. And there will be something similar with content. for many years, people won't use deep research on all their problems. So you kind of can do that for them and provide additional content that is more tailored to specific people. Now, for the past 2 years, I've been focused on the intersection between AI and content management. We've built multiple production projects for clients like Gurkel, Wiener Zeitung, Puls 4, and we discovered some really nice patterns that create reliable workflows or automations. Now, the thing I'm most proud of is we saved thousands of hours for editors that are really boring, like going through product descriptions and checking if they are compliant with some regulations. And this is that can be a huge help. So who's us? Us is Daniel, Felix, and me. And yeah, that's us. So from the why, let's figure out how we can actually do this. Felix, you want to show us?
Yes, not yet. We still need the slides. Thank you very much. So, thank you for coming. Welcome. One example that we brought in here for you today is how to build like a brand guard agent for Neos. Does any of you work in a company that has a very extensive brand guide, or do you have customers who have that? Hands up. Ah. You know, like sometimes it's just about the writing style of your company name, like is it lowercase, is it uppercase? Sometimes, but it's also stuff like what product names should we use, what should we not use anymore? Are we using formal language or informal language? And remembering all that, especially for an editor, and checking all that by hand, this is very tedious. And what if all of the content that is published by the editors is automatically brand checked, brand guide checked, as we say, with automated suggested improvements, but without disturbing the editor while he's doing the stuff. And this is what you can do with AI agents, and I'm going to show you how. But first, let's start with the idea of it. Brand guide in there. If it's that long, you should do it in multiple steps, like having a workflow that only focuses on punctuation, having a workflow that focuses on the wording, etc. Right, Roland? Mm-hmm. Yes. So I see a star coming up here. Aha. So one of the things in the Microsoft brand, in the latest brand guard, because it changes that often, is they don't want to use copilots anymore. So it says here, replace copilots with collaborators to avoid the deprecated term copilot and use clear, inclusive language. And it did some other small change, like adding a non-breaking hyphen and so on. This time I want to show you here in the workspace module. Interesting. It only found this. Oh, no. But it's all good.
It's changed. It's good.
Yeah, it's changed. And then we can just publish it. Good. Now back to the slides, please. I want to show you now a little bit how we actually did that code-wise. So the core of the webhook integration basically looks like this. We're just listening for most of the content repository. This is still Neos 8, by the way. Signals, and we first line them up in a local property in a singleton. Like we collect all of the signals because it could be that you, sorry.
So that you might have multiple node changes in one publish.
Yes, exactly.
And we're collecting them.
Yes, we're collecting them. And then in the end, we just at shutdown object. So when Neos is done with all of the signals, we just send them to the webhook endpoint in batch. That avoids lengthy loading times and ensures that there are like no race conditions, like that the workflow isn't triggered multiple times and stuff. This is how it looks. I had to cut out some lines because it's much more code, but still it's a very straightforward code actually. Here's another example. This is one of the tools that we implemented, for instance, like the Create Workspace tool. You see, this is not so complicated to do, and it shows you like that you can all do that. And it really brings a lot of value. But after all, it's also important like to take care of some important rules when using these workflows. And one is like the agent is never allowed to have more permissions than the editor. It's the responsibility of the editor to decide what should be published. Because similar like how we're developers, like if we just blindly publish a pull or merge a pull request from a junior dev, and we're probably fucked. What's also important is that with this workflow concept, editors are in charge of the prompt and its constant improvements. And it's important, as we said before in the Google example, like you write the rules and not some Google project manager. And because the last workflow was so much fun, I have another workflow for you. Switchy screen, please. So. It looks like this. Looks a bit different, huh? And this is a more flexible setup than the other one. So the other one was a quite fixed workflow that interacted with AI agents. And what if you could talk to Neos just the way you talk to OpenAI? Like, now, we've seen this before today, and here's our workflow for that. The best thing about both of the workflows, by the way, is you can download them afterwards. We're gonna give them to you. And let's try it out. So to open this chat here. So to explain it a little bit beforehand, we just have an AI agent here that's connected to an OpenAI model. Roland will do some work already here. It's connected to OpenAI, it's connected to a simple memory, but on the right side, that's what the interesting things are. These are the tools that we have connected in Neos. So it can search the content repository. It can create workspaces. It's the same endpoint we've seen before, by the way. Update node properties. It can also access the sitemap, etc. And that way we can ask it, for instance, like, hey, on my website, can you please change Gmail to Office 365? And we submit. And here you can really see very nicely how he's like thinking and using the tools. So yeah, it said I found multiple instances, etc. And he asks me in that case, like, please clarify your expectation. Like, should I replace it everywhere? Yes, please. Yeah. Yes, please replace Gmail everywhere with Office 365. Creates a workspace, very nice. You know, like, this comes really in handy when you have a very large content repository and when it's not very easy to write content migration. Like, who of you wrote content migrations in the course of their career? Hands up, please. Did you love it? Meh. So, what did you do? Ah, yeah. He changed it and he gave me a link that I can open in the workspace module. Geh zur Adresse. Ah, yeah. You see here, Gmail, Office 365, good. Another Gmail, Office 365. And we have here an article where we also had Gmail, Office 365. And then in this large sentence here, the whole block, we have Gmail in the beginning and at the end. This is why the whole block is highlighted. Office 365, Office 365 down there. Looks good, doesn't it? And I have one more question to the, sorry. Like, I'm gonna ask him something about our automation tool. Don't tell it it's N8N, but he doesn't know yet. He has to look in the content repository. So, what was the name of the automation tool mentioned on the website? Search in nodes, search in nodes. The automation tool mentioned on the website is N8N. describes as, etc. Very good. It did its job. How do you like that? Back to our slides, please. So, we had fun. And we experimented, started to experiment a few weeks ago, and we came up with the first draft of this package that we used for exposing like these tools and for the webhooks. You can turn this into production code. I told you like we're gonna give you the workflow files, and you can also find the package online. There are just a few rough edges and things to do before you can go live with it. We didn't secure the webhook yet. So right now, everybody who knows the webhook endpoint could potentially access it, send data to it. That still needs to be done. We need to add a secret token there. Again, as I said before, the AI agent should never have more permissions than the editor, so you make sure wherever you send your approval links, may it be Slack, may it be Fax, may it be Messenger Pigeon, make sure it doesn't land in the wrong hands. Because after all, it's the editor's decision what should be published and what not. And finally, I know some were already experimenting with it as well. We wanted to integrate the whole MCP protocol, and we didn't do it yet. It will be the new standard for working with AI agents. The tools are already using that syntax, but there's still some stuff to do. So if anyone wants to make a pull request or work on that, feel free. And with that, I give it back to Roland.
All right, so we have seen AI agents is basically a LLM, some tools, and some guidance. For the guidance, you need to write prompts, and there's a way to write prompts that are reliable and that work in a repeatable fashion. So a common pattern is typically that you give the LLM an identity. You are a helpful assistant, you are an editor, you are whatever, and some context, like what's the current date, what kind of context is it, on what website is it working on, some facts, so it can do a good job. Then when you're writing prompts, be very specific. So don't say things like, oh, use some friendly tone. Instead, be precise, say, address readers as you, avoid third person. This is way easier to follow. Show examples, because it's really good at mimicking things it gets. So if you have a few good examples of brand writing, it will be very good at following these examples. And there's also some patterns. Use declarative language. So similar to how we do in Fusion, and it's not a function that is executed, but it's like declarative. We can write declarative things for the LLM, like always talk in direct second person. And you can define triggers, which work similar to if-then blocks. So you can say, if you output a price, always add excluding VAT. And you can write these if-then statements, so it really knows when to apply your rules. And this is my favorite rule from the GPT-4 prompting guide. It's generally not necessary anymore to incentivize models with bribes and tips. That was an old trick to get the model to follow your instructions better. You're just telling them it will get a lot of money, or you're risking the lives of people if you're not doing this exactly correct, and then you got some nicer behavior. This is not necessary anymore. There's many things we know from coding which applies a lot to this domain as well. So regularly evaluate how good things are working, and the best way is to collect data. So if you use the brand guard thing and you use it yourself, collect when users approve and decline, and then figure out what are typical errors you're getting. And just adopt your prompt based on that. Also, all models have different personalities and different styles of behaving, and AI tools are kind of like Lego bricks. You can build more interesting things with different colors, and you can have a Claude that writes very nicely, and you can use a Gemini that follows instructions very well, and you can combine these into more complex workflows. So the two questions that are really helpful to figure out what to do is, which activities are the most tedious or most boring or time-consuming activities, and what do I avoid because it's too exhausting to do? And if you ask the people who are using your websites, like the editors, these questions, you'll get some good ideas of what should be the first things you start. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you call them agents or workflows or whatever. The interesting thing is we can build things and we can empower editors by giving them the way to adopt it themselves. Till now, editors couldn't adopt like code because they can't write code, but most editors can write text. So now they can change the behavior of some things themselves, which is really interesting. You can build a scorecard like Pokemon. You can build a brand guard that rewrites it, and it's an automation, and it's very reliable if the rules are formulated well. You can build a junior editor. You can't fully trust it yet because he's new on the job, but he can be super helpful by finding all the places where some things are mentioned. You can build a SEO guy that goes through your website and adds SEO titles, meta descriptions, or fixes some broken links. Or you can build a accessibility advisor that makes sure that every image has an alternative text and that the hierarchy of headlines is correct. So if you go a bit crazier, you could weekly use the heat map of a page and say like, hey, figure out where people are dropping off and improve it. You get a draft, and then you can run an A/B test. Or you can take your favorite news stories from some RSS feed and weekly just run an agent to figure out what's interesting based on your own documents and the intersection of your content, and this content can lead to some first drafts that of course need to be revised, but it brings ideas. And there's so many more things. What I really want to emphasize is that these things here, they're all buildable, and it's not the limitation of LLMs anymore. It's really, you need 2 or 3 weeks as a developer to program one of those, and you can build them in a really reliable way. And we can use all the features from Neos, like workspaces, to use this kind of like pull request kind of concept to build interesting things. So what do you need? You need to understand how to pick a model. Typically, you're looking at price, speed, reliability, and personality, because some models behave a bit different. And you might want to orchestrate them. You want to write good system prompts, and you want to keep it flexible for editors so you're not stuck on one prompt that is somewhere in Git. You need, for bigger projects, memory management. We've seen it with the Junior agent. It remembers the whole chat history and the tool calls, so you need some kind of memory management. And there are more advanced strategies of picking what's the working memory, what's more long-term memory. You need integrations and tools. I think there's not much to say. You know how to implement APIs, you know how to connect things, rate limiting, and making sure that everything works. And lastly, you should consider AI security. There's some different security things you want to consider, like prompt injection and infecting your memory and a few things like that, which is mostly important if you allow people outside your organization access to these tools. And then there are a few AI-specific threat models. All right. I think it's incredibly important to start building more AI around our CMS and without CMS, I'm using important very not so often. I think really there's a big chance here. And I think it will be very clear in the next year that there are a huge amount of utility for these strange minds, as Christopher Summerfield calls it. And I know that here in the conference there are engineers which are way smarter than me, and they're better engineers, and I really would love to build cool things together. So if you want to build stuff, talk to me, write me. If you want to build something, we have an AI Slack channel in the Neos community. Write what you want to build, and maybe we find more people who want to collaborate. So join the Slack, and thank you. And the talk is based on a lot of research and a lot of background material. And I added many links on this URL and also the workflows and the work in progress Neos package. Thank you.
Hi. We have a few questions. Thank you for your talk. Applause, applause. Did we skip the applause? We have a few questions. One of them is very pragmatic, which is something that I love about this community. Someone says, can you use it for Microsoft Teams rather than Slack?
I said you can also use fax. That's okay. If you find a suitable API for that, fine.
If you find someone that still has a fax?
That's really nice with this tool, AnyDen. It has so many integrations. I'm pretty sure Teams will be integrated. I haven't looked up that, but I know that all the common CRMs are in it. Google Drive is in it. A lot of stuff. Just look it up on their website.
And you can still write custom requests. So
it always works. Inside the whole workflow, you can always make a code node, which we used a few times, and you can just write JavaScript. So you're still able to transform data and do things more easily than in other tools like Zapier or Make, where you're limited in what you can do as a developer. But here you can just write any JavaScript, which is so nice.
All right, we're going to have to keep it brief because there's actually a few questions, and they're very good questions. Someone asked, you mentioned in your talk a prompt that included the words strictly answer with valid JSON. And someone asked, how reliable is a prompt like that? Can it happen that it fails and you would get back invalid JSON?
Not really anymore. The models were trained a lot to output reliable JSON. You have a flag inside the bigger, like Gemini and OpenAI. I know you can flag that you only want to have a JSON output, and then if you get invalid JSON, it just retries. So no.
How about, are you experiencing any resistance while pitching these AI features to clients?
It's a bit tricky.
That's a long wait.
It's a bit tricky because most people don't get it. There are some people that are still believing the hype of, but can't just do like AI do everything. And then there are some people who are like, I think over the last 3 months, people are figuring out that it's actually useful and what you can do with it. So I've seen a lot of change in the last 3 months. But you need a client that understands roughly how AI works.
Okay, and looking at the time, will you build an N8N agent for Neos?
We started, and we would love to. Yeah. Maybe some people want to help us. I think it's actually very doable, yeah.
Plus, I think if we're a few more people, we would actually have a chance to get it as an official element in N8N. That would be nice.
All right, I do have a few more questions, but if the questions are in the app, then they're in the room. Some of them are spicy, asking about carbon footprints, for instance. But I'll skip that for the social event later. Let's fight it out there. I want to thank you very much. We're going to throw some gifts at you. And yeah, hey, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys. All right. And then next, up here in 15 minutes, because we're on track, Michael is going to tell us about the great and the bad things that happen when you try Neos 9 in a beta. And on the studio stage, Martin and Bernhard are telling us about open API specs. And yeah, grab a coffee. Maybe see if there's still some ice cream left over, because that was very refreshing. Our friends at Format D, is it empty? No. Tell me now. OK. Woo! So let's grab an ice cream, and we'll meet you back down here or up there in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. With you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
to my card. I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here.
I think there's time for a quick round of applause for our musical accompaniment. They keep blowing my mind. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I am here to introduce a dear friend of mine. Fun fact that I wonder if anybody picked up on. The title, Graphs All the Way Down, is inspired by one of his and my favorite authors' books, Turtles All the Way Down. John Green, may have heard of him? No? Yes? I see nods. Awesome. So Graphs All the Way Down is, from what I gather, a tale of the valley of tears and sky-high euphoria of dealing with Neos 9 Beta. The highs and the lows, and here to show us and tell us all about that is Micha. Come on upstairs. Upstage. Or stairs.
Both. It's
Thank you.
actually both. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, great, awesome. Hi. Thank you for joining me on what is going to be a somewhat deeper dive into the inner workings of Neos 9. This is me. It's the same face, it's just a little more red. I'm Micha. I work as a senior full-stack dev at JVM Tech in Zurich. You can find me on GitHub, or you can find me in the Neos Slack. sometimes when I remember to check it. And I'm here today to talk to you about a couple of things, actually. The first thing is I would like to show you the first and to this day largest NEOS 9 project that we worked on. I want to share some of our experiences with NEOS 9 and especially the early betas of NEOS 9. Then I would like to tell you something about Neo4j, a database system, and I would like to talk about the content graph. And last but not least, a tiny topic, I would like to talk about space-time. So let's go. The project I want to tell you about is, we did that for a customer, Bern Expo, which is a Swiss exhibition venue in itself and also a large organizer of exhibitions in Switzerland, one of the largest actually. And they approached us, I think in 2022 already, but by the time we got actually to implement stuff, it was 2023. And they came to us and they wanted, for one, a user-friendly booking platform for people that wanted to host a stand at one of their exhibitions. They also wanted an elevated editing experience for their personnel when they enter data about the exhibitions and prices and packages and everything. And they also wanted an extensive data hub, so they wanted an open interface where they could interact with the data and use that stuff in other platforms that they provide, like their website. The result is this. That's very horrible resolution, I'm sorry about that. It's basically a booking platform. You can imagine it as just like any other booking platform, except for the fact that the data that they use and they provide is way more complicated than your regular shop system. It won us 2 Best of Swiss Web Awards, which is kind of nice. This is what it looks like with even less pixels and in a flow. So you walk through the platform, you select an exposition package, you configure the stand that you want to use, and then you configure a lot of details about the stands, like how many outlets you need, how many lamps you need, if you need red carpet, green carpet, blue carpet, everything around stuff that could be useful to an exhibition stand. And then you book it, and it goes through, and then you're done booking. That's basically the gist of it. How did we do that? We used not so microservices. Even though the architecture was meant to be layered, none of those layers is a microservice. They're very big services running heavy applications, but they're layered on top of each other, so it's technically sort of a microservice architecture, but not really. I guess it's a relatively standard stack. We use MariaDB, MySQL, Redis, Neos, Flow, a GraphQL application interface layer, and on top of it, the thing you just saw is a Nuxt.js-based frontend. We run that with our hosting partner Upsun, so it's cloud-hosted, it scales decently. It's hosted, and that was the important part, with Google Cloud, but in Switzerland, which is a very important thing for a lot of Swiss companies, that their stuff is hosted in Switzerland. And we run that based on Bitbucket or GitHub interchangeably, depending on what you're working with. The stack kind of looks like this. There is a, let's call it editorial backend or an editorial admin interface that's built on the Neos UI. So all the interaction that editors have with the content is actually in Neos. So we use the Neos content tree, the Neos UI, everything to work with the content. Underneath it, we have the content repository and the untranslated Datenbank. I guess you can figure out what that is. Curiously, Flow is usually in those schemas. Flow is always portrayed underneath Neos, but we actually use it as the data provider. So all the data is put out via Flow controllers and not via Fusion prototypes or something else. And on top of that, you have the GraphQL API that then delivers content as a GraphQL schema to the different frontends. So let me talk about Neos 9, because this was built by choice on Neos 9. For one, because we wanted to be future-proof, and for another reason, we just kind of wanted to try it. And it turns out Neos was and still is a pretty damn good platform to do editorial work. You guys all know that. You've used it multiple times. It just does the stuff really good. And we thought so too, and we almost never regretted that choice. So what we did was basic stuff. We had structural logic encoded in node types, so basically all the transposition of what they wanted to how they interacted with it was done in node types. We did a lot of relationship bundling, so the stuff that you saw in the first slides is made up of very complex data units, so stuff is very intertwined with each other. There's a lot of rules and conditions that apply based on what you can select and what you can't select, and all that is done in the Neos backend. And as I just said, we did the business logic or the transformation of all the data to be output to the API via flow controllers. And we interacted with the content graph and the subgraphs directly. I'm sure you've heard this sentence a million times before. What we did was meant as a stepping stone. This was never meant to be a permanent solution. We initially released this to the public in September of 2024, and we called it the MVP. So this was just like the first step, and we were going to iterate on that architecture, and we were going to extend it and add different layers to it. And yeah, then our client decided that they don't have the money for that anymore, and so we kind of went into like an extended maintenance agreement with them where they had some budget to extend the system, but there was no budget to completely rewrite it or extend it in a meaningful way. All we did was tack on more features that they wanted, which made the system even more complicated. And so what started out as a platform that just hosted one exposition and like 4 packages and a couple of services now hosts, I don't know, 25 expositions with thousands of services and almost 100 package combinations that all have their own dependencies and their own conditions and their own rules on what you can book and what you can't book. So what went wrong, I guess, is what you could say. Where did we stumble? And to be honest, we might have been a bit optimistic about how good the betas were. I don't want to dunk on anyone because they did amazing work, but the early betas just, they were okay, but they were struggling. And so we started out with the development in early 2024, which was around the time when beta 13 was released. And we upgraded to beta 19, and by the time that we actually went live, we were on beta 19. To this day, because of budget constraints, it's still running on beta 19. We haven't had the budget to upgrade to an actual 9.0 release. And beta 13 had severe issues with publishing, rebasing, and discarding, and it could just screw up your entire content repository, which meant manual resolution. You had to delete events because content streams were getting lost. That was very annoying. At some point, our hierarchy relations table, I think this was at beta 16, was about 1 million rows for, I don't know, 7,000 nodes. So there was a lot of relationship handling going on. And this large database, in conjunction with hypervised cloud hosting, meant that the performance actually degraded a lot. So it got very slow. Working in the backend was a chore, running the front end was a chore, and that was not sufficient. So we couldn't publish this like that. So what did we come up with? We actually, remember, this is not built on Fusion, so there is no integrated Fusion caching. We needed to do this all by ourselves. And we came up with a completely separate caching layer in Redis, where we actually did a fully manual caching of all composite DTOs. So what we did was we created domain transfer objects that transformed stuff from the CR and then pushed it to the API via flow controllers. And what we did was we cut out the database completely at that point, and we were caching everything in distinct Redis objects. We're doing a full cache rebuild after every publish to live because we don't know, it's way too expensive to solve all the dependencies the objects have in themselves by the time that we publish. And we changed the editor workflow because after they published, they needed to wait for a couple of minutes until the entire replay was actually done and they could use the new content. And this worked. It still works. The system, if you use it right now, is using that exact cache layer. But we kind of realized that this cannot be the end-all be-all solution to our performance problems. So what did we do? We looked into different solutions. And one that came up was Neo4j. I've titled this The New Kid in Town. It was the new kid in town for me because I had never heard about it. It's not the new kid in town because it's about 25 years old. Graph databases are very old. They're not new stuff. So what is Neo4j? Neo4j is a graph native database. So your data is stored as a graph. Every relationship is stored as an edge, and every object knows about its connection with other objects. Those relationships are native. There's no index lookup. There's no joining happening. A node just knows if it has a relationship, and it knows where that relationship points. It's very highly optimized for graph traversal. So if you need to look up a deep graph, it's very good at that. And it has pretty good performance, even if the database scales a lot. Like, it's really able to handle actually millions of relationships and then 10,000s of nodes, and it doesn't budge. It has a very nice query language. I mean, you guys probably know SQL. You use it all the time. It has a query language like that. It's called Cypher. It's very powerful. There is a learning curve, but it's not that complicated. One thing that kind of excited me was the fact that they have built-in procedures for data science. And data science kind of sounds like something you don't need for a content repository, but data science also means a lot of algorithms that deal with paths. So the traversal of a tree gives you a path, and it has very, very good procedures for that. And it's fully open source. It hasn't always been open source. It was founded in 2000 and was only made public in 2007, but it's been open source ever since. There is a software as a service offering that the guys that invented it do. It's called AuraDB. It does better clustering, higher performance and everything, but the core and the Cypher language and all those procedures, they're open source. It's based on Java, which probably doesn't matter to a lot of hosters because if your server is able to run Elasticsearch, it can run Neo4j. So why use it for Neos? I've talked about graphs a lot already. Neos has a thing called the content graph, and it is, in fact, a graph. So it's basically a match made in heaven, because Neos stores nodes as nodes, and then there's the relationships which are stored in the hierarchy relations. Those can be used as edges in Neo4j, and it works really, really well together. And in our case, one of our biggest performance bottlenecks was the fact that we did a lot of relationship lookups. So we needed to do a lot of path traversal. We needed to figure out which node is referenced where, is this node referenced there, how does this interact with this, restrict the relationships and everything. So this is very good for that. This is actually only part of the object logic that we have. So every arrow is an interconnection in some way, and so you can see there's a lot of relationship handling happening. So there's a lot of stuff that is related to other stuff and restricted by other stuff. So what did I do? I wrote a complete new content graph adapter that replaces MySQL MariaDB with Neo4j. So I basically took the Doctrine Devel adapter, looked at it, looked at all the interfaces, and implemented it completely. So it's meant to be used as an actual drop-in replacement for the current Devel adapter. You can just install the package, and it mostly works. There are some bits and bobs that don't work perfectly, but it kind of works. it just uses the same event log that the current content graph does. So you have, in Neos 9, we've heard about it a lot, you have the event log that is like a replay of everything that happens in the CR, and everything you see in Neos is a projection of that. And we do the same thing. It handles, I said that, nodes as nodes. They're called nodes in Neo4j as well, and those those relationships are handled as edges. And yeah, it implements all the interfaces that the CR requires. So you can use all your queries, you can use flow query, everything just works out of the box. In this thingy-mabob, you see the blue ones are the ones that you actually need to implement in case you want to add your own database to Neos. It's 6 interfaces that you need to implement. Those are all implemented in the DBAL adapter as well. And Robert said this in his keynote this morning. If you take a look at the code base on Neos 9, and I think this deserves a big round of applause, the code base is awesome. It is really good. The interfaces are clean. Everything is structured. You just go ahead, you take the interfaces, and you implement everything that they're supposed to do. And that worked really well. Nothing is hidden. Everything is exposed via an interface, and you can just use it. And then you plop in one factory method, and it just gives you an entire CR from a different database. One cool thing that you can do with Neo4j is procedures, path algorithms for very complex lookups. And the next slide is, if you need to find a subtree in SQL, this is about what it looks like. It uses the Doctrine Query Builder. There is 3 different entities that you need to instantiate to actually figure out what your path is looking like. And this is Neo4j. This is the entire query that you need to build an entire subtree. And that makes it very easy to understand. It makes it blazingly fast. And I think it's a lot easier to maintain because it's not a lot of code. And it does stuff like that in a lot of places. So I'm going to be an idiot, and I'm going to show you. Yes, this is a terminal. This is a Neos 9 instance that has the new adapter installed, and I have a couple of scripts that I reset. I'm just gonna reset the current CR, and then I'm going to create a Neos site. This is just flow site create. And it creates my user. So now what we have is, I could have reset that tab had I prepared, is Neos. This is just a regular Neos backend, and I can log in. And then I have a rather empty page, but it's Neos. And this is all running on Neo4j. And to prove that, I'm going to show you what happened in the database underneath it. Neo4j comes with a very nice Explorer type thingy where you can run queries against the actual database. And if you just want to see what's going on, you can just look at it. And so this is the current content repository. This is everything that is inside my Neos instance at this point. And you can see you can see the hierarchical relationships. You can see that there's multitudes of them because this is a multi-language instance. And so there's a discrete relationship for every content stream and for every dimension. And so this ends up if you have your root node, it basically covers all the combinations. That's why there's a lot of relationship. This yellow thingamabob is basically my root node. You can drag this stuff around. It's kind of fun to play with. I also store dimension points, which are just detached at the moment. I don't know what else to do with them because I just need to look up what's in the JSON blob after it's done. But I would like to set up a bit more complicated thingy. I'm just going to import the... This is going to take a second. I'm going to import the demo site. Import site is what I called it, I think. Yes. So now I'm importing the Neos demo page, which you've probably all seen about 1 million times. And wait, there's a database. Oh, you can. One caveat: you still need a MySQL database because I didn't replace everything. So everything that Flow does, all the account stuff, everything, and also the event log is still in an SQL database. These are all the events that happen to make up the content repository like it is. But you can see there is no projection tables because those are not necessary anymore because they are in here. And now this is what the CR looks like. It's a bit more complicated. There's a bunch more nodes, but they're all, again, hierarchically, they're all connected. I don't like that word. And so what you can do now is you can query that thing. I just need, it's very tiny. I need a content stream ID. I'm just going to use this one. And I'm going to plug it in here. Just give me 1 second, please. Now I think I broke it. Like that. And I need a dimension spacepoint hash. I'm just going to use this one. By the way, this is the dimension spacepoint hash for English US. I've seen those so many times that I can decode those hashes. And so if you go ahead, I'm just going to plug this in. I'm just going to set my parameters like that. Those are the ones I'm going to use. Whatever. And let's say you want to find a node that you want to find a node. But you don't just want to find a node, but you want to find a node aggregate. In case you don't know the difference between a node and a node aggregate basically is like the bucket that covers all the actual nodes underneath it that show in different space points and in different content streams. And so if I just, again, this query language is, I'm going to match, which is Neo4j for select, everything that is of label type node, which I've chosen to use for nodes for obvious reasons, that has the aggregate ID that I just put into a parameter. And I'm pretty sure that I made a mistake because the content stream thingy is wrong, but it shouldn't matter. There you go. It's one node. You get one node. Apparently, this one doesn't have different languages. I don't know, just picked a random aggregate ID. But you can also do the same thing, and for that, I actually need to fix the parameters that I just entered. No, they're okay. I didn't say a thing. What if you want to find a node in a subgraph? In this case, in a subgraph means in a specific combination of content stream and dimension spacepoint. Nope, I don't want to go back to demo time. I just actually want to go here. You just extend the query. This is, again, I'm looking for a node with that same aggregate ID, but I'm now selecting for a specific relationship. And that is, I called it isChild. You can name that whatever you want. It's, again, just a label, but I'm looking for one that is in a specific content stream and in a specific dimension spacepoint hash. And then I can run that query, and there is an error because I missed something that needs to be like that. And now I need to run it. There you go. There's no node found. That's dumb. Hang on. Just need something that actually works. Again, I'm just going to get all my nodes. You will be my target of choice, and then I'm going to be setting my parameters again. If I may not. Okay. Kids, this is why you don't do live coding. It never works. I've prepared all of this, and now it doesn't work. Oopsie. Thank you. See, that's the power of community.
You're doing great.
You know what's the worst thing? Is people watching you type.
Yeah, don't be stressed by that.
Having people, no, that was wrong. I think this should be good. Yes. So now we can try that again. I'm going to use the same query that I just did, and it should not do that. Again, don't do live coding. And there's still the same error because I didn't change it from the last time. I'm a copy and paste master. So, yay! We have a node. But that's kind of boring. What's actually fun is looking up relationship, because I kind of want to know where this node is attached to, because I need to find the parent, and I also want to see the visualization of the relationship. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also return the parent node that I'm looking for. And then it looks like that. And now you have that node I was actually looking for. It's that one down there. Those are all of its relationships, and this is the parent node. And you can do that multiple levels if you want to, but you can also just look up the entire parent path. And it's just, I've showed you that, it's just one query. It's a bit more complicated, but it's not rocket science. What this does, I'm using one of those algorithms. This is just, I'm not going to use the shortest one right now. I don't want to know how deep down in the content graph it actually is. I just want to get the entire path. What I'm using is a path algorithm. That's why I'm assigning p equals, means the p is just a name, but it means assign everything that you find with this to a variable. And then I'm looking up, this is kind of hard to see, but I have a pointer. I'm not using an arrow, I'm using a plus. This means just walk up the tree until you find something. And I'm just walking up the tree until I get to a root node. And now I just need to press this button. And I didn't find anything. Why didn't I find anything? I do not know. Kids, don't do live coding. Shit. Why is it not working? Because I think I'm missing this. Maybe? Please? Yes, thank you. No, it doesn't find any nodes. That is really dumb. Wait, sorry. Yeah, I've tried it a bunch of times and it worked. What it's supposed to show is a very nice graph. I'm not going to show you a very nice graph. If you want to see a very nice graph, I can rerun this demo when I'm not stressed the fuck out. And you can take a look at this. But what it was supposed to do and what it should have done is pick the node that I selected with its aggregate ID, and then it just traverses up the entire path, and it gives you that entire path as an object, and you can work on it. Just to prove that it still kind of works, I need my Neos backend, and it's going to be mad at me because, no, right, I destroyed the sessions. I'm just going to log back in. And as you can see, it all still works. This is all based on the new database, so you can see the entire backend. You can make changes. It handles workspaces and everything. I can just go in here, and I can replace this with, I don't know, some random stuff, and it notices that I've got changes in my workspace, and I can publish to the live workspace, and it all just works the same way you expect from the current database implementation. So that's that about the demo. I'm sorry about the paths, but whatever. I have one more thing that I want to talk about, and that is sort of a vision for where this could go. Because simply doing the same stuff that MariaDB already does is kind of pointless. But I had an idea, and my actual plan was to have this done by the time that I got here, which obviously didn't work out. But I would like to take the content graph one step further and put it into space-time. The idea is to use the power of Neo4j and its very good performance with a lot of nodes and a lot of edges to actually not only show the current projection of the content stream, but actually show, skipping ahead, show all of the events that happened in the CR at the same time and just use that one database. Because currently there is no rollback mechanism that is very easy. You can replay up until a certain point, which actually has been removed in the public release, I think, which I was very sad about because I needed that a bunch of times while I was doing this. There's also no historical state. There's no easy way to get back to the state that you were at a certain point in time. But what if nodes had a notion of their temporal position, so they knew in what version they were actually created, changed, deleted, moved everything in. So you just have one graph above the content graph that gives you access to every version that the content repository could provide because it knows about it. It just doesn't project it. And so you take a projection and you assign it a certain point in time, and you can just replay that. You could use it with a random slider that just gives you times of day, and you roll back and you just get every node that has been changed up to that point. Why would you do this? I didn't, but why would I do it? Firstly, because we can, because it's actually possible with this database. It doesn't care about it. But also because it adds business value to the product. For a lot of companies that are mostly publicly listed, it's important to have a history of what they did with their website. They need to be able to prove that at a certain point, certain information was on their website to ensure that no one accuses them of stock market manipulation, for example. So you need those rollback mechanisms. And currently, what I did, what you probably also do, is like incremental backups that just give you a certain state at a certain time so you can replay that and then get access to the thing. You wouldn't need that anymore. You could just use the space-time graph and just roll back your CR to a certain point. It also allows for great content auditing. You can just check back what someone did, and you can get data back, and you can just copy it and put it back into the up-to-date content stream. You can debug stuff that happened in the back end. And I think that's kind of cool. So where do we go from here? First thing, let me reiterate. Actually adopt Neos 9 in your projects. It works surprisingly well now. We did all the testing of the betas that didn't work for you, so you don't have to anymore. You can actually use it, and it does a lot of stuff really, really good. But the second thing is, I've actually published this adapter. It's on GitHub. You can check it out. And I'm very, very welcome to receive feedback, to receive ideas, to receive PRs if you are so inclined, because the current implementation is kind of a mess. My queries are not optimized. I just made it work. And so there is a lot of performance gains to be had. I would just love for people to check it out and see what the code does. Maybe just use it as a jumping off point to do your own implementation for something else that you think is better suited for this application. But just look at it, test it, maybe install it. You just require it and then does everything else. You don't need to do any changes. I do not recommend this for production use right now. Do not do that. It's a very, very early beta, maybe, because it does everything, but don't use it. And that's it. Do you guys have any questions?
They have questions.
Wait. Oh, my slide is gone. Can you put my slide back up?
Pleasure to work with you.
Yes.
All right, so before I get into two questions, no, one comment and a question. Before I get into the comment, I was watching some of the Giga nerds. Sorry, I say that with so much love. Reacting, and Sebastian, I counted. Sebastian Kurfürst said, "Das ist ja krass." I counted 14 times. And he wasn't alone in that reaction. And lo and behold, I opened the response page, and it says, "Thanks for making Neo4j adapter a reality. We always thought we'll do that when we have some time. So a huge thanks from Sebastian." And then we do have one question, actually refreshing. You have like a few more seconds if you think of something now. Would you still use the debug adapter for any projects, or is Neo4j just better in every way?
Yeah, I think I answered that with the last slide. Currently, yes, I would use the debug adapter. If someone came to me, make me a Neos 9 website, of course I would use the debug adapter, because this is not ready for prime time. I would try to make this better, fast, so I could use it because I actually enjoy using it. But again, yes, don't don't use it for production right now. This is like a 0.01.
All right, and in terms of the code that you mentioned not being production ready,
Yes.
may I introduce you to Mr. Messi? He can help out with that. All right. Thank you so much. Actually, there's a gift coming from somewhere. One final refresh of the questions. No more questions.
That's OK. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much. Ha. I'm just going to be over here while I... Can I just... Yeah, there is, after I release them. All right. In 20 minutes-ish, we will have a talk here about how the Drupal community did the impossible possible. And on the studio stage, our friends from Kaufmann Digital are talking about a NIOS SaaS platform. Thank you so much. Go check if there's any ice cream left over. Have a coffee, have some water. Hydrate, kids. It's very warm out. And then we'll see you back here or upstairs, stage stairs. It's the heat. It's the heat. In about 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Oh, vote! Vote!
into my card. I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down.
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pulling leaves from the vine. Love me so or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creep
Thank you so much. Well, welcome to this day's last talk before the award, before the social event tonight. And let me introduce to you a lovely lady from another community yet. And Lenny comes from Scotland, originally from the Ukraine, and she will tell us something about a thing we might relate to, pulling off a whole new CMS within 9 months, which sounds astonishing. It surely is. Lenny has been for a long time in the board of directors of the Drupal Association and has been now on the team that pulled the whole thing off. Please welcome on stage, Lenny.
Hello, hello.
Don't forget to ask questions in the app and rate the talk afterwards. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Right, let me grab that clicker. So, hello everyone, I'm Lenny, and it's absolute pleasure to be here with you and to see lovely faces of fellow open sources. Some of you might be thinking like, okay, we came here to NeosCon, why are we talking about Drupal, right? But I think that it's very essential that we do not divide as much, because we are all open source, as I say, and given that we are living in very interesting times, challenging times, it's essential for us to stand our ground together and represent open source as one. So, and obviously, like, you know, that's one of the reasons. And another reasons, we Drupalers really like to brag about cool things that we give to the world and to the community. So there is two things about that. So yeah, we will be talking today about the power of the community and about how we built the CMS in 9 months. So when did it all start? And it starts, a long time ago in the galaxy far away. Oh, well, almost, right? Actually, it started at DrupalCon Portland last year, 2024, on the May the 6th, when when Dries, who is, father, creator of the Drupal as such, he made an announcement that we are about to build new thing, new product. And yeah, how did it all start? when I'm talking about like that was the beginning, don't get me wrong, I do mean the beginning. Because we did not have any specs. We had like very raw data from the development teams, from the experts that were saying like, oh, cool, I like the idea. How are we gonna do that? Who knows? What will be the timeline? Well, let's set a target for 9 months. We did not have at the time roadmap, so we pretty much were at the ideation phase. And we also had to onboard the team who will be in charge of the product ideation, of the creating roadmap as such, as well as the ones who will be leading the different work tracks, as we call those, and will be responsible for certain milestones that will be delivered as part of the first release of the CMS. So, how did it all start? It was just the idea of making Drupal more fun and easy to play with, which I still remember. It was the case. I've been with the Drupal community for over 10 years now, right? And I remember when at my first event, which I was just talking about a couple of minutes before, which was in 2014, back in Ukraine, in Lviv. I remember talking to this girl at the event, and she was like, imagine, like, you know, my boyfriend is actually a developer. I have no idea like what I was doing, but I decided just for fun to install Drupal and to create my own website. And just in a day or so, I had like some sort of a skeleton, and she was very, very happy about herself. She was proud of herself. And I was looking at her thinking like, yeah, that's really cool, isn't it? It does sound great. But as it happens over time, things get complicated. And Drupal grew into still great product, but very complex. That requires serious background in order to build something, and that is suitable for enterprise projects, suitable for solution for complex problems, like making complex integrations possible, which is great. Is it fun though? Well, maybe to some extent, if you are a technical person. So that's where we decided that it's time for a new era of Drupal. And we do editors. We have also pretty cool AI assistant that I will be talking about like a little bit later. And we have Experience Builder, which simplifies the way how you interact with the content and how you just basically to make things easier for the people that are setting up the website. Also, we have multiple templates available as the starter kit, and it's easy still to scale up as the core, like the basement of the Drupal CMS is still Drupal core. A little bit more details, actually, because I'm talking about the product itself quite a bit, but how did we do that? So, as a matter of fact, from the Drupal Association point, I was the person that was helping out to collaborate with contributors. So what we did, we shouted out to our community saying like, okay guys, so we have this great idea, but we need your help. We defined some of the deliverables, some of the milestones that we want to have in the version 1.0. And we reach out to the people that's, just fill in the form, let us know if you're able to cover it, if you want to be the lead, or you can also have capacity to both be lead of this track and do the actual coding, prepare the functionality, and release it. The next stage was obviously reviewing all the ambitions that we had, and we had plenty of those. And that's what I love about the community the most. That if there is something interesting, if there is something cool, people are easy to get involved. We formed the teams that were in charge of all these deliverables. They were working pretty much, we had like regular catch-ups in order to make sure that we are on the same track. But other than that, they were fully in charge of the process, which is great as well, because you don't want to be the one who is like standing and looking over the shoulder and checking every move. And as such, as I say, we, with help of the community, with that level of involvement, we were able to achieve release of the Drupal CMS within just 9 months from the stage of the ideation and to the release of the version 1.0. We are looking forward to actually releasing version 2.0 this autumn in Vienna, where we have our event, DrupalCon. And yeah, it will be actually containing the experience builder. So this is like a little bit of the, you know, it's not there yet, so stay tuned, but it will be cool. And we continue working at the same way. But as I said, if you have one cool thing that worked out, you want to do more. So that's how we thought about the idea of the marketplace. Because, okay, so you have currently like one solution, one skeleton that you can use. But the reality is that people are not wanting one single, similar, perfect thing. No, they want different looks, they want different functionalities, and what we want to achieve is to keep it simple and keep it lightweight, right? Because if you put too much functionality, once again, you overcomplicate things, it's getting boring, it's getting just too much. So that's where idea of the marketplace kicked in. And we announced it in Barcelona, I believe, at the event last autumn, in September or October. And we started with the research this time, because it's very necessary to, before like jumping into the thing, also to try and get the insight from the community, from the target audiences. So at the moment, we are still researching the marketplace. And we are about to make a decision whether we move forward with it in about a month. But that was really cool, actually, thing, like, and try evaluating, because we started to think about, like, okay, but who do we reach out to? How do we make sure that we hear different types of people, different personas, if you will, in order to make sure that we just not going blind into all of that? And that's basically how the evaluation started. We had Slack prompts to the community. We have quite a few surveys that we sent out to different people, including outside of the Drupal community. So basically contacts that we are getting like at the events, quite like this one, right? Because like promoting Drupal, like we're trying to be at the different events. Like this last week, I was at the AI Summit in London, where we were talking about Drupal, talking about our AI assistant for the Drupal CMS, and so on and so forth. And that way, we actually can reach out to people and check, like, okay, guys, what do you think about that? You know very little about Drupal, so if you would hear this idea, how would you feel about it? And so far, it works out. So when we are talking about site template, so we have so-called recipes, we have the theme, and we have relevant demo content. And when we're talking about the recipes, we're pretty much talking about like the sets of the functionalities. So you can basically, what we have in mind to have, let's say, template for the travel agencies, template for the, I don't know, like marketing platforms. And like when you're landing actually at the Drupal CMS, you can choose from like pre-selected sets of the both functionalities, looks, and relevant demo content. Now, why Drupal Marketplace? Because we did realize that Drupal ecosystems, like, once again, it's too complicated. It needs more accessible, faster ways to build with Drupal, because we did realize that we were not keeping up with times. You know, when you have like so many competitors on the market, by the end of the day, people just like going for the simpler to build, cheaper to build. That's also one of the very factors that you have to take into account. Also, marketplace should be reusable. So if you get the template, you can build on it again and again and again. So if you are the smaller sort of the agency, you can improve it, you can use it as it is, and you provide like easy adoption, and you can that way grow contributions, because if you like the template, you can also become a maintainer of it. And of course, the working group that we created solely for the research and hopefully for the implementation at the next phase of the project. We want to make sure that our solution is sustainable and it is trusted, because trust of the community is of the very importance to us. Now, I told you about the Drupal CMS a little bit. I told you about Marketplace a little bit. And it's time for the third element, which is AI. As I told you already, like just last week, I was at the AI Summit in London, and it's eye-opening how many things are happening. I do realize it was like not even the biggest event. It was around 4,500 people still, so quite big. But you see so many different solutions in different areas that it's quite fascinating. But when we are talking about the AI, what we also want to keep in mind that it should not break your boundaries. So that's why we, in our solution, what we are trying to do, first of all, we use approach human in the loop. So when you are looking into the opportunities that are available, like when you interact with the AI assistant, you should be able to review the results of its work. But when we are talking about Drupal AI, I have a short video recorded by my colleague here, Jamie, and he is actually a co-founder and the architect of the Drupal AI solution. So I would like to share the little hello from him with you.
Hello, my name is Jamie. I am the co-founder of a company called Freely Give. I'm here to talk about Drupal AI and the features available in the Drupal AI module and ecosystem. I'm a co-maintainer of the AI module. I've worked on the Drupal CMS AI tract, and I've been working with the new Drupal AI strategic initiative under the DA. So if you go to the Drupal website, drupal.org, you'll see there's a new platform, AI, and you can see more information about the vision of it and the features. These are our core tenets of AI community collaboration, trustworthy governance, open source flexibility, and a fantastic innovation that's coming from the community itself. And this is the core of it, the AI module. It sits at the bottom. It has some tools and submodules in it that allow you to build AI applications. And then there's a huge ecosystem of other modules that support this. So in the core is an abstraction layer. This thing allows you, when you build your AI applications, to build it once, and then behind the scenes will allow you to connect to a whole variety of providers. And there's more and more that's supported. And those providers have their own AI models. And it's AI providers because it does more than just LLMs. It's also embeddings and vector databases and other more complicated things to do with like images and videos. So you can really know that when you build something on top of an AI, of the AI module and application, that it'll be future-proof to work with any number of new models and approaches that come out, including self-hosted ones on your own laptop, open source models, etc. One of the features is, there's a lot of them, but the big one is the chatbot that comes with Drupal CMS itself. And this is a chatbot that is connected to agents that are not just about search or talking to you, but can actually do things on your site. You can create content types, add fields, and make modifications to your site. There's more and more of these that are going to be coming. And behind this is a very flexible and powerful AI agentic orchestration system. It allows a non-developer to create agents, connect agents to other agents. Via something called MCP, it allows you to connect to other services like Slack or Jira, etc. And through Drupal, you can configure all these agents, get them working on a chatbot, ask them to do things, and have them automate a whole bunch of work for you. These can be free-flowing agents, can make decisions, or very specific workflows that start with an event and go through a specific pattern. Generally, they tend to be more reliable and better for very specific AI applications, and there is a number of them that we've built. I'll show you Workflows of AI is a website you can go to. where there's a good 80 videos now of things with our workflows, like content moderation or transforming or web scraping, etc. AI-powered search is at the heart of the AI module as well. That allows you to talk to your data. You can index all of your content. You can search for things that sit outside of it, and it will understand the meaning of the question you've asked and generate you an answer, or re-rank the search results. So without any hallucinations, it can understand the meaning of your question and find you that content. And then there's some other additional features, such as AI image alt text, where it's something that is more on the edge. It just does a really great thing for you. When you want to have alt text, you can click a button, AI will generate that for you, it will give you some suggestions, and you can decide if you like it or not. Although there's a lot more to come with this accessibility and AI that we're aiming for. So you can see that at the heart is the AI core with a whole bunch of different providers. Then there's these more builder-like tools, we call them automators for workflow, the chatbots, the search, the agents. And these are tools we've made to allow you to build AI applications. And then there's lots of features. We're up to about 290 different modules that use the AI module in some way to do a whole variety of things. We have assistance in CK Editor, so while you're making your content, it can help you write things. It can use agents behind the scenes. Here's an example of something where it's taking a look at your content and recommending things you can do to make it clearer according to an official score. There's AI translation that can translate things from one language to the other, but also can respect the brand and feel of that locale rather than simply translating word for word. And we have a ton more on our roadmap. We have some examples of using something we call Experience Builder that allows you to create components and landing pages in a really nice visual way. We're going to have some AI agents, and they're already half there, that will allow you to talk to the page, and it will build it based on description. You'll be able to draw pages, upload it. It will make it through a drawing, or even connecting it to popular tools such as Figma, and then having that design in Drupal. And these agents, they're very visual. As a non-developer, you can see them working together in what we call a swarm. There are a whole bunch of agents that are already here or planned in different areas, such as you can see the Fact Finder agent that can do data and insights, media variant generator, virtual assistants for creating things. And this is one example of a way that you can explore these agents. Here we have a Kanban board where you can have a task like go through my site, find all articles about Australian animals in some way, and unpublish them. And this series of steps, the first agent is a project manager that creates tasks for other agents that have different skills, and those will go through your site and enact those skills. It could, instead of unpublishing things, tag them so a human can go and follow it up later. And we have other drawing tools that allow you to have a very clear workflow so you can sort out your agents and how they communicate together. This one here was using Slack to, you send a message to a chatbot in Slack, and then it will go to your website and find that content and reply in Slack. And here's a place that we could use to build that. These all are things that are aimed at non-developers. Here you can see a very simple way to take the Drupal CMS AI agent and change it to make it do other things. You can just go in and change those instructions. Workflows of AI is one place where you can learn more, and we're going to hopefully have a lot more on Drupal.org. But this is a place where one of the developers who worked on the AI module, whenever he does a new feature, he puts it up online and describes how to build those things. So you can see pre-moderating content is one of them. More complex CK Editor assistance is another thing. And you can watch those videos and build them for yourself. And we're going to start working on tools that allow you to click a button and just try it out. So if you want to learn more about the AI module, the AI ecosystem, and the Drupal AI Strategic Initiative, come and join us on Slack. #AI in the Drupal Slack is one place that we are. #AI-initiative is another place for the initiative specifically. I'm Jamie, Freely Give. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you join us.
Yeah, and that's all nice and good and cool, but how did we do that? So for the AI, Jamie, for instance, he was working on the AI assistant from the very beginning of the idea of the definition that will be actually part of the Drupal CMS. But what about contribution? How do we get the community involved? So we actually are employing a little bit different approach for the AI these days. But it started as it always does. So there are the companies that are interested in developing it, We have Freely Give as a company that has actually manpower in order to implement it. So they are partially covering actually the time and resources for the Freely Give. And part of the time and of resources, the guys were contributing themselves. Right? And that's how we made that happen so far. Now, just 1 week ago, we actually made an announcement about the AI initiative. And we are changing for this part our approach. So what is different? If for any other initiative you can just contribute time and talent, here we made a requirement in order to make progress quickly that you have to contribute both money and resources. So that way, we actually will be able to keep moving forward, to keep delivering, and to keep up with like majority of the AI solutions that currently are present on the market and available in different content management systems. So, AI module, already covered that. And last but not least, as a nice part of the initiative that we launched, and that is also called to get people more involved, is Drupal AI Academy. So we basically just hosting a series of the different sessions where we will be talking about like different aspects of the initiative, sharing it with the existing community, and hopefully we'll be also promoting it to the outside of the community, which I found personally pretty cool, because like that way you not only learn about what is happening in the ecosystem, but also can get new people involved. And therefore, I would say that our Drupal power, like the main well, not that secret kind of a weapon, is a strong community. From the very beginning of my collaboration with Drupal community, I first heard this saying over 10 years ago, that you come for the code and you stay for the community. And for me personally, it couldn't be more true. Because since my first event back in 2014, after that I started to help organizing events, I started to speak at the Drupal events, and now not only at the Drupal ones. And well, if you get involved, you just like, be prepared, it's dangerous. You get sucked in, you never leave. And what do we do to keep actually our people excited, right? So we provide the idea of the thoughtful innovation. So we don't just like jump into conclusions, etc. We're trying to get the feedback from the community. We're trying to research the industry in order to actually understand what is the cutting edge and how we can provide better solution, hopefully technically as well, but from the point of the safe open web, what we can do in order to achieve that. Because we were always been and always will be, I strongly believe that, fully open source. Then keep people inspired. Of course, we need to do that. And that's why we are trying to, on the regular basis, share the progress that we are making. That's why like we have Dries like 2-3 times a year now at the major conferences, sharing the information, what's new in Drupal. That's why we are promoting Drupal at the events outside of the Drupal community. And that's why we are sharing the knowledge. In order to show what we are doing, to get feedback as well, and to show people that they actually can get involved. And of course, recognition and gratification. So we are generous with the credits. And, well, those credits are being awarded to the companies that do contribute. And the more credits you get, so basically if you are contributing, like, I don't know, the codes, like, say, 40 hours in the way of meaningful contribution to the major initiatives, you're getting 50 credits, which affects actually your reputation, your level at the search on the Drupal org, and so on and so forth. So you're actually getting also benefits in terms of the recognition by the community or by potential clients even. And just like that, that's time for the questions and answers. That's
get my
quite,
phone
quite,
and
quite
ask
the
the
change of the outfit. Look at you, look great.
There's an award show. I needed to dress for the occasion. Questions? Got it. Right here. So there is a few questions.
That's good.
You've piqued some interest.
Well, that's good to know.
If you could do it all over again, from the beginning, what would you do differently?
Honestly, I would start with like a little bit deeper research for the Drupal CMS. It all worked out, but it would be nice to start with a little bit more data, like same level of enthusiasm, but you know, data-driven. That would be really lovely.
A little less hurrah, a little more where are we going?
Because we are basically, you know, laying the rails in front of us, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Now we are changing the approach.
Does
luckily.
sound like a hell of a ride, though. To what extent is Drupal building on top of existing open source solutions, or is it all custom development?
No, I wouldn't say that that's custom development. So I would say that we are trying to reuse the modules that are available where it is possible, improve them, instead of like, you know, being like reinventing the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So we already, like, for instance, like from the point of numbers, if we're talking about AI, we currently have already 290 modules on Drupal.org. That's where the initiative actually started, because we wanted, like, okay, so many people are excited about that, so why we don't unite?
Mm-hmm.
And why not try to do something more meaningful, better together and achieve more? So, and same, basically, think about the search within the Drupal CMS. Think about like SEO module, like anything of it, any functionality. So we were analyzing existing modules, analyzing existing functionalities, and trying to make something better for this use case.
Mm-hmm. Then I have a question that I'm almost positive comes out of the core team. How many contributors did you have to accomplish all of this in 9 months, and how did you motivate them?
Oof. Well, as I say, like, our community, luckily enough, is quite enthusiastic. And like, I mean, to me, it was like, oh yeah, Drupal is getting fun again. And honestly, in a lot of cases, that was the same reaction, and that worked out pretty cool, pretty nicely. We had, if I'm remembering correctly from the top of my head, around like 15 tracks, so 15 deliverables that were to be part of the 1.0 version. So obviously, it was getting some back and forth, but yeah, we found like really good partners. We also have like this thing as Drupal certified partner, which means that you kind of a trusted partner. We know that you, pardon my French, but like throw in rubbish code, you know. So we were working with those people, and yeah. But in terms of the requests, like the submissions that we received, I think it was like from the companies, it was around 100 or so. And like currently at our Drupal CMS Slack, we have a couple of thousand people signed up to that. So
all we need is 100 people. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Is the CMS, formerly known as Drupal, still being developed, or how do you prevent that the forces split it into two products?
Yeah, actually, so we are in parallel developing, developing and maintaining both of the projects. We are releasing new versions of the Drupal core. We're not forgetting about that, as I say, so you cannot just simply get and abandon enterprise. That's illogical, and that's good for business. Even though we are NGO, but we in direct, dependency from that. Obviously, we are developing Drupal CMS in order to actually create more opportunities for the agencies that are not quite at the level of the enterprise, and also to discover opportunities within the areas where we are still not there very much. Because if we're talking about Drupal, our strongest suits is higher education, government, and healthcare. And a lot of our contributors, actually, majority of them, are from the US. And as you can imagine, all three of these sectors in the US these days, let's call it, are in a questionable state. They are struggling, really. So this opportunity to discover, like, okay, so where we can deploy ourselves, where we will be successful, where we can build new area of influence.
And create value.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, unless I'm refreshing, nope, nothing more came in. Someone would like to explicitly thank you for joining, for sharing your insights with our community, and is loving the true open source spirit.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for having me. It's
Hey, thank
absolute
you so
pleasure
much,
of mine.
Lenny.
Cheers. Oh, that is so very sweet of you. That's so cool. Cheers. Wait, I will not go away without without a hug.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Jeez.
All right, I'm a little unsure about the what's happening now.
Oh, well, we're gonna have a little break.
Tiny little break.
Tiny little, because upstairs we are running very good. So we'll be here at 45 for the awards. So
That's in
keep
7
your
minutes.
Seats warm, and then there's gonna be the award ceremony on the stage. See you in a bit.
Thank you. Oh, vote.
Don't forget to vote.
from this space. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my Love me so or love me not.
Thank you, Klaus und Jan. Hello, everyone. I hope you are excited as I am for the NEOS Awards. And, you know, it's the first time that I'm standing on this stage. It's quite interesting today. And the NEOS Awards will be presented by your host of this stage that has been amazing in the opening, I guess. I think you do think the same. And give a warm applause for Maya and Stefan.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the NEOS Award 2025. And with me on stage, actually, David Spiola wanted to be with me on stage. He was not able to attend the conference due to family reasons. But I have lovely Maya with me, which I'm very happy of. Thank you for joining me here on stage.
Sorry that I'll have to read everything. This was a very short notice situation. Also, the writing is really small, so I'll probably be reading like this, but just ignore that. As every year, it's incredibly exciting to see what the community has been working on. At last year's award, we already saw early submissions based on NEOS 9, but this year, it's clear that the community was truly ready for the long-anticipated release. We're thrilled to have received, You can't see what I'm reading. There's a timer in the way. I'm feeling bullied. Let's try to, what's the word? Ooh, no more timer.
Oh, that's good.
We're thrilled to have received several NEOS 9 submissions, even before the official release. And now, after some final touches during the Vienna sprint, NEOS 9 is, we have heard it a few times in the past 24 hours, NEOS 9 is finally here. And it is time to celebrate that in style.
So please join us here and give an extraordinary applause to the NEOS team who made this all possible and all the community that joined the efforts.
All right, let's look at what we've done this year.
Well,
I mentioned it earlier, opening the conference, we introduced a brand new award category that is meant to shift the focus from the projects to the people. Unlike in the previously established categories, the Community Award is all about celebrating an individual. Out of all of the individuals that make this ecosystem thrive. Because the community is the heartbeat of the NEOS project, and without it, there wouldn't be a content management system, there wouldn't be a foundation, there wouldn't be a conference, there wouldn't be a meetup, there wouldn't be a sprint, none of it. There wouldn't be a NEOS. So this award intends to shine a light on those who dedicate their time and energy, and there's so many of you, to NEOS throughout the year, not necessarily by launching flashy projects, but by contributing in countless little ways or big ways behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. So the Community Award hopes to honor their ongoing commitment and impact.
and there is a new award, neos.io page that has been put up, a new website dedicated wholly to the award. That's mainly to David's work that this could happen. It is everything you need to know about the award itself, the work of the jury, and all the submissions that in the end won. If you're curious about how the award process works, how you can get involved, be sure to check it out.
And then we would like to introduce you to this year's jury. Sadly, in absence, David Spiola, who I'm trying to replace. Then we have Nadia, who is here helping us out with the awards today from Contenance.
Then we have Philipp Alec from Visol, and we have Markus Günther, who probably everyone knows, and who's now at Flow Native. Thank you for being this year's jury and doing the work of plowing through all those submissions and finding the winners for this year. Well, being part of the jury, that's a truly rewarding experience. So everyone that joins new every year, they tell us how they really liked it and how much they enjoyed it. And we're always looking for fresh people who want to join being in the jury. So please just approach us after the awards at the party tonight, and we can talk about it. And if you want to join the jury, you surely can do. But now let's get to the first award category, which is the Dedication Award.
The first NEOS award of the evening is the Dedication Award. Whether it is spot-on accessibility, exceptional design, or that long-awaited NEOS plugin, this category celebrates projects that go above and beyond, and we are excited to present to you this year's nominees.
And the nominees are die Museen der Stadt Dresden from Sandstorm.
The interlingual AI-powered platform for jobs and orders by jobv.eu.
The relaunch of CHP Lucerne from Visol.
Ha! The Jungformatik AI Toolkit from Jungformatik.
And again, the Labor team, the relaunch from Jungformatik.
And then the Zeitgeist package, Scheme on You by Zeitgeist Media Solutions.
Those are this year's nominees. So let's get to the first award. And the first award for dedication goes to the Museen der Stadt Dresden. So,
someone's going to have to come up here.
Please come on stage from Sandstorm. Everyone that wants to do a photograph, come on. This applause goes to you, and the website of the Dresden City Museum impressively combines history, art, and technology. It brings together 10 different institutions under a shared digital platform. This low-barrier multi-site solution offers a consistent user experience, diverse entry points, AI-generated alt text for images, and a particularly well-thought-out editorial structure. The target audience includes museum visitors as well as culturally interested individuals seeking information. The project demonstrates exceptional strength in accessibility and structural complexity, both technically and editorially executed to a high standard. This one goes to you.
All right, let's see who's taking home the next award. And the winner is the interlingual AI-powered platform for jobs and orders by jobv.eu. Anybody here?
Could be. They won an award. Maybe they are now sitting at the screens at home. This is your award. We're going to get them to you with whatever measure. It's heavy, so make sure it doesn't break.
Let's talk for 1 second about why they got this award.
Oh, absolutely.
Job.eu is a multilingual platform for job and project placement supported by artificial intelligence. It targets job seekers, freelancers, project providers, and companies. The platform offers automated CV creation, multilingual job postings, and accessible matching of supply and demand across language barriers. Tons of mouthfuls. The platform combines technological innovation, including AI-powered translation logic and automated CV generation, with a socially relevant use case. It actively assists applicants in creating structured professional resumes, even without prior knowledge or language proficiency. At the same time, it improves the comparability of profiles for companies, thereby increasing efficiency in the recruitment process.
Thank you. This is your award. So we have one more dedication award for this year. We had this one. And now, the winner for the last dedication award of this evening is Visol with the relaunch of the ZHAW Luzern. Would you just join us on stage here, Visol?
Come on, you guys. Soll ich dir eins auf den anderen?
Oh, perfect. Congrats. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. This is the customer, you guys.
Very good. Well, then, I'm going to tell something about what was being awarded. And I hope we got it right. So with the relaunch of the Lucerne Central and University Library, a central information platform for several libraries has been created. The website offers modern, user-friendly design, a powerful search function, and a clear information architecture. The goal was to make book collections accessible across locations and to provide digital services. This is a very clean, visually appealing, and functionally strong project with a clear public service character. Editorial workflows have been significantly improved with NEOS. The Dedication Award recognizes the relaunch's importance and quality for a broad public audience. Thank you very much. Congratulations for the award. Well, let's give another round of applause to our Dedication Award winners of this evening.
And now that I've spoken about it 100 times, let's get to that community award. But I feel like we can think of a fun way to get this moving.
Oh, yeah.
Stefan, you want to play a game?
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
Could you guys all do me a quick, tiny little favor and stand up? Not just the real Slim Shadys, all of them get up. Up, 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 up. Oh, boy. Old age. All right. You immediately get to sit down again if this is your first ever NeosCon. That's a lot of people standing still. Okay.
Well, then, who of you in the audience had at least one pull request this year? Please sit down. In the NEOS repositories.
For clarification. Any, at least one. If you no, then you stay. If you did not create a single pull request, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Thank you. All right. Are we still confused? Okay, so I want you only standing if this is not your first NeosCon. At least your second, or if you created at least one pull request to,
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
No pull request, sit. Pull request, stand. Ah, it's thinning. Okay, it's thinning. All right. Out of the people that are still standing right now, sit down if your pull request didn't go towards the NEOS 9 release. If you pushed anything towards NEOS 9, stay standing. How's that looking? It's getting thinner.
Oh yeah.
It's
Not
what
many
there's like
left.
2, 4, 6, maybe 8, and people that I can't see perhaps. We need to lose some more people, quick.
Well, I got a solution to this. So, who of those people still standing have not been a NEOS 9.0 release manager? Well, we got somebody. They're not.
Yes, yes. Do you see your name? Yeah, but you were nominated and chosen. Shut up and take the award. Would Taylor act like this? All right. Mark Henry was not only the release manager for NEOS 9, but also dedicated a significant amount of his time, supported in part by the NEOS Foundation, to bringing this major release to completion. Without his tireless effort and deep commitment, especially over the past year, NEOS 9 would not be ready today. The jury recognizes that many people yeah, that was a mean break, I'm sorry. The jury recognizes that many people contributed to this release. We all saw you standing up. However, Mark's positive spirit, steady presence, and yes, his leadership throughout the process make him a standout. He truly deserves the NEOS Community Award for seeing one of the most ambitious undertakings in the history of NEOS project through to the finish line.
Thank you, Mark Henry. Well deserved.
Now I can stop talking about that community award now that it's done.
That's right. You just keep talking about the app and...
Vote, 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 vote.
So, let's get to the award for the best NEOS project of 2025. And let's get to the nominees for this award. And the nominees for this year's award are the ANAG Partnernet and website relaunch from Zeitgeist.
Der Cornesen Verlag bei 3M5 Media GmbH.
The Bern Expo Configurator from Jungformat Tech.
The Ökoküste e-commerce for organic farms by Sandstorm. Woo!
And the Swiss Valley relaunch by Visol.
And finally, Lignotrend by Contenance.
So these are the nominees for the Best NEOS Project Award 2025. And we're getting to the Bronze Award. that is going to be awarded to Lignotrend by Contenance. Please come on stage.
Geh da raus!
Congratulations. Nadja, congratulations. Very well. The Lignotrend website is a multilingual digital platform powered by NEOS, tailored for professionals in the architecture, construction, and sustainable building sectors. It showcases wood-based building solutions and offers architects, planners, and developers an intuitive way to explore products, technical data, and reference projects. Built with performance and flexibility in mind, the platform supports scalable content management and seamless integration of complex technical documentation. Lignotrend has a clear design language and navigation concept. Additionally, comprehensive configuration enhance the experience for business professionals. But there's more to it than the technical aspects. At first, the project wasn't a success at all, and it almost got to the point where Contenance decided to let the project and NEOS CMS go for good. But after some rearrangement in the team and client, the project turned into a huge emotional success for the team, the company, and eventually for the client. Now Contenance has more NEOS CMS projects in the pipeline and is fully committed to NEOS. What a story to tell. Lovely. Congratulations to the Bronze Award. You're very welcome.
So polite.
Yeah.
You don't have to thank us. I didn't do anything. I do get to announce the Silver Award, though.
Oh, yeah.
And the Silver Award for this year goes to, a little quick, huh?
Yeah.
Goes to Anak.net and website relaunch by Zeitgeist. As part of this project, both the public website and the PartnerNet platform underwent a comprehensive relaunch. PartnerNet includes all 800 supplier shops, as well as Academy-related content, significantly streamlining and simplifying the daily operations of car dealerships. The relaunch covered all standard disciplines, including concept development, content creation, and UX/UI redesign. A key highlight is the implementation of the single sign-on, for authentication across all connected shop systems, greatly enhancing both security and user experience compared to the previous setup. Furthermore, the use of NEOS 9 brought noticeable improvements in usability and offered valuable early adopter insights that contributed directly to the further development of NEOS 9. I think there's more text. Maybe not? I feel like there was more text. There might not have been more text. There was more text. This is likely the largest NEOS 9 project to date, and while we can't say for certain, it's reasonable to assume that the Zeitgeist team gained significant knowledge from this project, knowledge that likely influenced the NEOS 9 release. The jury was also impressed by the robust SSO integration, which serves as a strong example of how NEOS CMS can be embedded into existing infrastructure and unlock new business opportunities in the process. I have like a glare. Congratulations. It is time.
It is time. We have one left. The Gold Award for 2025, the best NEOS project of this year that this jury that we got to know in the beginning have chosen to be the winner. The Gold Award goes to Jungformat Tech with the Ben Expo configurator. Please come on stage.
Can someone carry this guy up here? It's his birthday, too. Gotcha.
Well, this is also your company, and I'm going to tell a little bit about it. The Bern Expo Fair Configurator is a digital event management platform, as you might have seen in Michel's talk just earlier. An event management platform that has revolutionized the way expo packages are planned and booked. Built on Neos CMS and seamlessly integrated with Ben Expo's existing databases, the configurator enables exhibitors to easily assemble, customize, and book modular packages, including booth types, furnishings, and services such as electricity or carpenting. What once required time-consuming manual coordination has been transformed into a fast, user-friendly online process. The project sets a new standard in digital event organization. By simplifying complex pricing structures and service combinations into a transparent real-time system, the platform delivers exceptionally intuitive user experience. It leverages the full potential of the new content repository in Neos 9, which is essential for implementing a product catalog of this scale and complexity. It stands as a perfect showcase of what Neos 9 can do. Congratulations to you. Neos Gold Awards 2025, Ben Expo, Jungformat Tech.
And there they are, our winners for this year. I'm very proud of my boys. I had nothing to do with that project, which makes me even more proud. And the feedback earlier was pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Das ist krass. Sebastian hat gesagt, das ist krass. Thank you so much for your time and your submissions and your Neos project and your packages and your dedication and your hard work and your time and your energy and your spirit.
And well, let's give them a last roaring applause. And thank you very much for attending. To the winners.
I've always wanted to do this.
Thank you. See you next year for the Neos Awards.
With David Spiola.
Exactly. Thank you.
Check. Who's excited? I'm excited. That was great. Thank you. Only a few more slides between you and dinner.
So congratulations again from us for all the award winners. And Toby, what's the next big thing in yours?
Well, we're collecting ideas, so please remember if you haven't already done so, or if during the social event in your interesting discussions, new ideas pop up, please post them to the wall of ideas so that we can collect those and make Neos even greater than it is today.
Oh, a duplicate?
There
it goes. Dinner. I think maybe we are already hungry, and good to know is, I don't know what time it is actually,
In just a couple of minutes, there will be dinner, and there are some surprises I see there.
Do you see surprise? I see the info that there will be some ice cream during dinner. I think it's the perfect weather for ice cream.
Definitely.
Please be aware there's one type of ice cream that's vegan, so please be a little considerate for those people who only want to eat that type, that some is available for them. And dinner will be served until 9 p.m. So you do have enough time to grab something to eat. Why is that important?
Because I don't know.
If you're interested, because if you're interested in the behind the scenes tour, this will happen at 6:30 as well, so in 10 minutes. If you're interested in the streaming setup, the lights, the music, everything, the software and infrastructure, probably Sebastian will be available to give you a tour after we've finished the closing.
And if you already attended the tour last year, I think there will be some new toys around. There's always some upgrades. So it'd be probably good to do this again. And afterwards, there's, of course, the social event. And before you go to dinner, we need your help, actually. Because we will have, after we've spent some time at dinner outside, we will open this stage for the dance floor. And we need to put all the chairs in one corner to have some space for dancing.
Right, so, wait, not so fast.
Oh, sorry. What's this?
There we go. Okay, so, as the temperatures are probably getting a lot more, easier on us outside, we are allowed to party outside until 10 p.m. or have loud discussions and so on, and taking care of those who want to get some sleep before tomorrow. Partying here on the main stage floor will be available as long as you can, so feel free to come here. During the social event,
I've heard there are some special cocktails today.
There will be special cocktails tonight, made and especially created for the sponsors. They're called Passion Pass.
And Sandstorm Blue.
So be sure to try those out. And with all the partying,
yeah.
Talks will start at 9 tomorrow.
That's maybe hard for someone.
I'm looking forward to welcome you back to the main stage at 9 a.m. in the morning. And of course, if you want to have some breakfast before, there will be lunch as well. So, to click one more. So, before you get up now and get ready for dinner, please grab the chair you're sitting on, move them over to this side. Stacks of 6, I think, make sense before they start falling down. So that makes it easier for everybody. And then we can have a nice party, a nice social event later on here. So, enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.